Second, it is I, Arth Blood, the ghoul next door. Hello, my Speckins, it is I, Arth Blood, the ghoul next door, your favorite ghoul fiend. And anyone who's been following me for any length of time knows that for years on my written blog, Coffee and Casseroles, I did what I called my 13 Days of Halloween. They were movie reviews, they were recipes, and they were book reviews. Then around between 2017 and 2020, I started doing them on Facebook in video form. Two of the comedy skits, my Once Upon a Time in Halloween Part 1 and Part 2, are already here on YouTube in my Halloween playlist. There was a Part 3. That was only on Facebook. Why didn't I put them on YouTube at the time? Well, because my computer died before I could. Thankfully, I saved them on a external hard drive. So I've just decided it was time to edit them together and put them up here. We've got movie reviews. We've got some recipes inspired by those movies. We have some comedy skits, and we have a couple of crafting, if you want to call it that. Myself and Lumina Shade, when we were still doing the radioactive candy gimmick, we did a Halloween candy taste testing, and we attempted to build a gingerbread house. So that's in here. And there's an extra episode because at the time I was doing a video form magazine. So I've got one of the episodes in here because it was my Halloween episode. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, hopefully. Oh, and there's an attempt at a costume makeup tutorial. Just chalk it all up to comedy relief. So every episode has its individual intro, its individual outro. I hope you enjoy them. And until next video, creeping screams. It's Ardith. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, Miss Becca. It is I, Art of Blood, the ghoul next door, with
the Huntress Lumina Shade.
And it is a scum day, August the 30th, 2020. And I don't know if this is the only one we're going to do. We might do another one later on, closer to Halloween, but this is a candy tasting episode. Yay! This will probably be... Okay, let me rephrase that. This is part of my 13 Days of Halloween, which I do usually every year on my blog, on my written blog, Coffee and Casseroles. But I think this year because we're doing it in video form, 13 Days of Halloween is just going to be on Facebook.
Yeah.
So, I guess this would be day number 1. Day number 1. Dun 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 dun. And, oh! We got a
candy dishes.
We've got a selection of candy. We kind of, I think we kind of have very separate tastes, but we did just now spend like a good hour at the store picking out a few things that we both kind of like together wanted to, yeah. She says as her chair, every time I bend, the chair sinks to the floor, so you need a chair. Yeah, chair. Chair's 20 years old. Alrighty. Okay, so, let's start with you. What do you got?
So, you got some poppy candies, like I forget what they're like, but they pop in your mouth.
Okay. Do you have the bag for it so we can show the bag? She's like, really? You're gonna make me show the bag after I took everything out of the bag?
They just call it popping candy.
Okay. The brand.
It's just the
Spooky Treats. Cha 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 cha.
They should be good though. It's just sugar.
Alright, it's just sugar. Alright, so let's try that first.
What? There's different kinds. There's like apple, grape, cherry.
I don't care. Okay, how are you supposed to open these without making a mess all over the place?
On the side, I think.
Okay, you know what? Glasses off.
Put it down to one side and pinch it open. Kind of like a sugar packet.
I don't use sugar.
I think they're called Pop Rocks.
Is it like a oh dear, I opened it in the middle. Yeah, okay, let's see if this even works. I might have a big mess all over the floor. Hence, you might notice we're not in our usual spot in the living room because just in case we made a mess, I wanted to be able to clean it up.
Right. It's pretty poppy. How do they do that? They taste like the original thing too. I think it might just be smaller packaging. And it goes forever. Sizzling.
Wasn't smart enough to get anything.
You got a big one? Yeah.
I think we need a little trash bag. Just a second.
Next time. So what else do we have in here? Gummy eyeballs, which
I'm not going to do because
I will do, but I will pick a pink one.
The gummy eyeballs, I will read you the, if I can. Yeah, gelatin is like, okay, so it says corn syrup, sugar, gelatin, citric acid, something I can't read, artificial flavor, pectin, palm oil, something else I can't read, sodium carbonate, artificial colors, caramel. Oh, there's more. Okay, I'm blind, so, you know, but this is what they look like.
They're tasty. I wouldn't say they're like a gummy worm. They're harder because of the marshmallow, but they're...
Oh, it does have marshmallow in it.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why I didn't try it, because that's not, gelatin is not vegetarian friendly.
It's a little more chewy, but it's not hard. It's medium soft.
So far, I would recommend the Pop Rocks.
Oh.
I would recommend the Pop Rocks. Would you recommend?
So far, everything.
Okay, so the eyeballs, the chewy eyeballs, she recommends. All right, next. What do we got next?
You have these things. They're just powdered.
So it's probably just
powdered sugar.
Powdered sugar.
like the fruit ones. Just in a Halloween size.
Okay.
And I don't know, I've only tried one of them so far, so I don't know if the flavor changes.
Okay, so
I'm
how
gonna
much
try a
is
white
it
one.
a full one? Is it full, like the whole thing?
The whole thing is full, yeah. Oh yeah, the different flavors. This one's grape, I think.
Okay, so
Don't have to do the whole thing, it's just straight sugar.
okay.
Biggest sugar rush after this. Mm. I'm not overly a fan of grape, but it's pretty good. It's a little bit sour too. Basic icing share? No?
You know what it tastes like? It tastes like my rockets, which we will get to later, just crushed up.
Yeah.
I'm sucking on the skull. Suck, suck.
They're good.
There's so much of it though. How are you supposed to? Wow. I just took 2 big mouthfuls and it's not even down to the neck of it.
Mine lasted a while too.
Alrighty.
I
Well,
was sucking on it for like half an hour.
that's what she said. Alrighty. Okay. Thank you for this one because my mouth has been on it, therefore I'm keeping it.
Okay, so we got chocolate eyeballs. I think you said these ones were the caramel ones.
Yes, I've had these. I actually bought a bag of these the first day the Halloween store, not the Halloween store, sorry, the first day the dollar store here in town, which is called Dollarama.
Yeah, we don't have a bag.
Oh, we have a big bag over there, but I'm not gonna get it. And I put them in the fridge thinking, okay, you know, I knew we were gonna do this. That lasted like 3 hours. They were gone that night.
I kept mine
She was
in the
smart.
cupboard for us. No, I just didn't get them yet. I was still working on the pumpkins.
Okay.
I assumed that you're calling them being frozen would be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
They're very, very creamy. And I honestly think that the dollar store did something with their candies because it never used to be like this. No, it's been, yeah, hit and miss. Depends on what kind you buy, I guess. Like any store. I like these ones a lot better than the pumpkin ones.
I basically just swallowed that whole. Oh, the double entendres today, man. Yeah, because you bit into it. Okay, for those of you who don't know, one of the reasons I do not eat in public is because I do have denture. I have a denture. And things tend to stick and drag it down.
Especially sticky things.
Yeah, I don't eat a whole lot of sticky things when my... It's only one tooth, but it's,
It like gravitates towards
oh, it does. It just locks right on. But, so, okay, those eyeballs, here, I'll show you again. Those eyeballs, like that line, always makes me think of the character from the Dark Crystal, the witch, and she pulls her eyeballs out. Okay, those eyeballs they're chocolate over caramel, so they're really creamy, they're really chewy, and you were able to chew it no problem, but because of my piece, I kind of half melted on my tongue, and then I had to just swallow it whole.
What would those be? In the sense, it's like a very creamy caramel, like it's like it melts like chocolate.
I have a feeling it'll be kind of like these ones, which we'll get to later.
And then the only last thing we have to eat really is the Tootsie Rolls. Unless you don't want to eat a Tootsie Roll.
I know what a Tootsie Roll tastes like. I love Tootsie
We'll
Rolls.
save those ones for at home.
But I don't feel like taking I would have to take my piece out for that, and I don't want to be on camera
And
without
then
my piece.
we found this, and I figure it's just decoration because I don't know how I'm going to eat this.
Well, you're supposed to cut the bottom things off and then just
yeah. And this thing kind of just snaps on there. I bought 2. If I don't like the one, I can just pinch it off. Use it for decoration.
It's like I suddenly feel like that Halloween episode of Trixie and Katya's from a couple years ago, where they're dressed up and I shouldn't have done that. Now I fell again. Katya's got the rubber chicken and she just sticks the rubber chicken and the whole time she's like on the rubber chicken. You've seen
Yeah,
that,
I've seen that one. Yeah.
Oh, are you making a mess?
I'm not. I just thought this thing was supposed to stay in there to support it when it's hanging up by your bed.
Not my bed. I don't have food by my bed.
No, I know.
If I had a coffin in the
I'm just imagining where a kid would hang this to eat it. Probably just up on its bed. I don't know.
I can only imagine between Halloween and Christmas how much parents hate the mess that must get made in their children's bedrooms from all the junk food from between the 2 holidays. Okay, what's next?
Oh, that was it for me.
Oh! Really?
Low supplies. Yeah.
Okay, so...
And I just had those chocolate balls, but we pretty much covered that with the chocolate
balls.
With the eyeballs, so...
Wow, yeah, you've got a lot of the same...
Yeah, I just threw the whole package in there.
So any... Oh, and then you've got the little chocolate, which is the same as the eyeballs.
Yeah. Just like the Easter eggs.
Okay, alrighty.
What you got? Oh my gosh, you've got a big haul.
It just looks big.
Because it's in the packaging.
It's still in its packaging. Alright, you know what? Let's start. Because I want to go put whatever's... Once we open this, I want to put the rest in the fridge.
Yeah.
So, we've got Frito. Individually wrapped for easy sharing, caramel-filled, chocolate-covered pumpkins. Remember, this is all dollar store stuff.
Yeah.
Everything was bought at the dollar store. So this was done in a peanut and nut-free facility, which for anybody who's got nut allergies is a good thing. So sugar, cocoa butter, cocoa mass, whole milk powder, soy lecithin, vanilla extract. That's the coating. The filling is a bunch of different sugars. Sweetened condensed whole milk, vegetable oils, water, vanilla. Okay, VANILLINE. Not quite vanilla, I guess. Soya lecithin, salt, potassium sorbate, and colors for the caramel. Nice. That's actually, it sounds vegan friendly. Not vegan friendly because there's milk.
Vegetarian.
But it's vegetarian friendly. I hate that when I buy something and the print is so tiny.
Yeah.
I can't see because, going blind here. That's what old age menopause does to me. It's childproof! Oh my god! Oh wow, they don't give you much.
I think it's stuffed, is it not stuffed?
No, it's down.
Oh, okay.
It's way down there.
It's probably just the air in the packaging. Yeah.
Yeah, you almost lose your whole hand down there. So this is what... can't reach over the camera. Okay.
They're very happy pumpkins, too.
And I got that old virus song in my head, too. Big pumpkins. I'm not going to sing it because that'll get me in trouble. Alright, so...
It's pretty cute. It's a cutie dream.
Never claimed to be a strong person.
The caramel is liquor. It's good. You can taste the caramel more.
It's a caramel bar. Okay, I'm going to put the rest of these in the fridge. The consistency of a caramel bar. which I know we have here in Canada. I'm pretty sure they have them in the States.
Yeah.
I think.
I think it's Hershey's or whatever.
Okay, so I have to admit, these are like my favorite, absolute favorite candy on the planet.
One of the ones you eat first.
I've already bought 4 bags of these this year. And this is bag number 5.
And it's not even
all the other
ones. Halloween one. It's just an all.
Yeah, it's every day you can buy them all year round at the dollar store, but Halloween's the only time I actually buy them, so I go a little bonkers.
I don't know if I'll do better. Are the other packages like that?
I don't know. So in the States, because I watched a bunch of those YouTube videos where, you know, goths try crazy foods.
Thank you.
Or such and such, like Australians try American candy, that kind of thing. Apparently in the States, I got weird stuff happening with my tooth there. Apparently in the States, these are called Smarties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what we call Smarties, which is a chocolate, a candy coated chocolate, kind of like an M&M type of thing. What we call Smarties, I guess in the States they're just called chocolate buttons.
Yeah. What do they call the M&M?
M&M.
It's an M&M.
You know, peanut M&M, plain M&M, caramel M&M.
Yeah.
Okay, so
but they changed the names for the other things.
They just look like a little pill. And basically, it's what we tried here. This was pulverized this.
Yeah. It's kind of like Pixie Dust too.
These come in, this is regular. These come in tropical and...
Mm-hmm. They have giant ones as well. I've seen those ones a lot lately.
Mm-hmm. Which I honestly hadn't seen since I was a kid, and we're talking like 30-something years ago.
This is the first time I've seen those, so I was pretty excited. I was at the gas station.
Gas station food.
Yeah. It's basically all candy and chocolate. Energy drinks and pop.
Believe it or not, I've never tried an energy drink.
No, they're good. You just don't get addicted to them. But they taste good. Really sweet though.
So what was your favorite candy growing up? Like on Halloween that you went bonkers for?
Those caramel squares. I pretty much liked them all, but that was one of the ones that was first on. And the rockets. The chocolates, I'd usually save those for last because there's way too many chocolates.
I had a, are you putting the junk over there again? You're supposed to put it in the trash bag.
I'm putting it here.
What was I going to say? When I was at the grocery store a couple of weeks ago, they had their seasonal Halloween, like the candies and just regular Coffee Crisp, Kit Kat, Smarties, but they were in Halloween packaging. Yeah. I've got a photo of them. So the Kit Kat just has a picture of a black cat on it. The Coffee Crisp is labeled Coffin Crisp, and it's got a skeleton coming out of a coffin. And then you've got the Smarties were Scaries, and it had a ghost on it.
They're just starting to trickle out though. They had like a little small section. Getting it ready.
They had a big bag, and I've taken a picture of this a couple of years before. It's shaped like a coffin. They're all gummy candies. That's why I didn't get any. And it's got Frankenstein on it. And it's like, if it wasn't for the fact they were gummies, I would have gotten one. But I did take a photo of them last year. Okay. Now, we've got these, and I've already got some in there. Open, left over from last year. Yeah, I still have candy from last year. So I'm not going to open this bag. I'm going to take what's in the candy jar. It's a skull.
I will have the green ones, please. Thank you.
Those are little skulls.
So they have lots of detail on them. They this one looks like aliens.
I'm going to take the orange pumpkins, and then there's purple bats, and then there's some orange skulls, and then there's like some white ghosts. I find the white ghosts a little too sweet. They actually, the white ghosts I find, to me, taste like strawberry. And I'm not a strawberry fan at all. I don't like strawberry. So for me, that's a bit much. We used to get these, and we're talking late 70s, early 80s. In the penny, you go to the little machine at the grocery store, and you put your penny in and you twist it and you get a handful like this. And those ones, and they were always unwrapped like that, you know. Looking back on it now, it's like, you wouldn't eat them like that now. No. But when you're 4 or 5 years old, you don't care. It's candy.
Mm-hmm. They still have them. 25 cents.
Inflation.
Yep. They're good.
Maybe it's just me, because I know that they've been sitting there since last Halloween. This tastes a little stale.
No.
No?
No.
Maybe it's just me.
No.
So when you used to go trick-or-treating as a kid, how did you do it? Did you do it with were you a pillowcase person? Were you a treat bag person? What were you?
See, we'd go around the block just for the neighbors, get a little candy in town. And then we'd go out to the country where the big chocolate bars are, where the cans of pops are, and all the bags of chips. And our family's out there. So it wasn't just going to get candy. Sometimes we get half a bag, sometimes we get 2 pillowcases each. Just depend on what happened. There was never 2 pillowcases, but between me and my sister. And a case of pop one year.
A whole case of pop?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. We would buy the treat bags. Okay, again, I'm talking late 70s, early 80s here. We would actually buy treat bags, the fancy, whatever the patterns were. They were made different though. We would have that treat bag. We would have a pillowcase at home. And then inside the treat bag, because you didn't want to ruin it, you'd have a plastic shopping bag. So you get all your treats, you get the plastic shopping bag, and you'd have your fancy one on the outside as like a fancy whatever. Do a street, go home, dump everything into your pillowcase, go back out, go to the next street, go around. And our street, the way ours was laid out, you had 3 full blocks. That was one street. So if you went out, say 6 o'clock at night, you'd be trick-or-treating till 9, and you might only get 5 blocks done in your neighborhood.
Was it a busy neighborhood? Because where I grew up, it wasn't very busy, and it trickled down to like 1 or 2 kids a year. Where that probably the most we ever got though was a dozen.
It was always
maybe it's just not a very populated for kids area where I grew up. They take a while, these ones, because they're hard.
Of course, they're sticking to everything.
Yes.
Gonna have little pieces of candy all.
Definitely gonna have a candy buzz.
I lived dead center.
Yep, the hard candies.
Dead center smack between two schools.
Yeah.
There was my school. I went to Heath Park. So my school was a public school, and that was 2 blocks over. And then right at the end of our street was St. Martin's School, which is still there. It's a Catholic school.
Yeah.
So literally it was a high traffic kids.
So
and my
they get lots of good candy in those areas too.
Yeah, and it was weird because my best friend at that time, who lived across the street from me, she was Catholic, so she went to St. Martin's, and then we were not. I grew up Protestant, so I went to the public school, and we literally were right across the street from each other. I could go out my front door, straight line into her front door. But it's just because she was Catholic and we weren't. We went to 2 separate schools until we got to high school. And then we got to high school, and yeah.
Well, that's what high school is.
Okay. These were my freezer. I don't know if they thawed out yet. I think they're only a dollar store here in Canada. I don't know if they're a dollar store outside of Canada. I don't know if they're a regular.
Well, the brand is Homer.
It says Dollarama on the back, so it's made for the dollar store. But it's fudge-filled chocolate, and it's supposed to be shaped like a pumpkin. I put them up in my deep freeze because I bought them a couple days ago, and they're solid as a rock.
It's kind of like a chocolate disc thing, a little bit bigger.
I'm going to be able to bite into it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's good.
I don't really think it's caramel. I think it's like chocolate filling more than caramel with caramel.
It doesn't say caramel, it says fudge.
Oh.
She's got caramel on the brain, folks. It's a bit sweet.
Yeah. It's definitely the sweetest chocolate we've had so far.
It's the sweetest chocolate I think I've had all year. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to finish this. Excuse me, folks. That was sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And messy.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up having to wash my hands.
And you thought it was going to be difficult because it was frozen.
Yeah, I really did. I thought it was going to be impossible to bite into, but it actually became almost slimy. Maybe because it took me longer to eat mine than you.
Just melting from your hands.
We're almost done, folks. Okay.
Lots of fizz.
Fizzy!
It's old. It's an old classic.
Yeah, I would assume you guys have these in the States, but if not, like, I'm just going to assume that, 99% of the stuff is in the States too. But now,
do they come in the lines? Oh, they're just single serving ones.
yeah, which looks like there's 3 flavors.
Oh, I might have
Oh,
to
maybe
see
not. The colors don't match. The colors do not match. This is like a blue greeny color, but it's in a.
Sorry. Oh. Yep. I think this one's almost done.
I think that one is too. Hang on, I got more. I got more. Okay. The struggles of COVID. Did you get any?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be good enough.
I don't have to open one of the other smaller boxes. Okay, I put it over there. Yeah. They used to come in the, like
long
you said,
strings,
long
like
string.
They used to be shaped differently too. Maybe you can show yours. I just kind of popped mine in my mouth. They used to be like a hard candy from like.
Yeah, they used to be more, not quite square, not quite rectangle, kind of an in-between weird. And these ones are a sphere.
Yes.
Sphere.
Maybe they got more of the powder inside this way, but. Right away, Win?
Mm-hmm.
So they are a little sour, yes. I don't know how you do it. Crunch them.
How can you not?
That's when they're still too hard. I can't. It makes it feel weird on my teeth.
I sit there crunching on a glass of ice all day, though.
Mm-hmm.
So,
They seem about the same as they used to be.
what flavor did you end up getting?
I think it was like a blue raspberry.
Seemed to be the same kind of flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you said you've had traditional candy corn before.
Mm-hmm.
I have never had candy corn in my life. 46 years on this planet, I have never had candy corn. It really wasn't much of a thing in... I don't know about the rest of Canada. I really never seen anybody on any of the Canadian shows ever talk about candy corn. It always seemed to be an American thing.
Mm-hmm.
First time I saw candy corn in a Canadian store was about 2 years ago.
I've seen them in lower quantities, like at convenience stores where they have the candy aisle and you go pick and choose your candy.
Oh yeah?
I've seen them there. And like those fruit cup things.
Well, the first time I saw these was, like I said, about 2 years ago at the bulk food.
Yeah.
So this was the first time.
Another one of these. Should have brought him over. It's probably, those other ones shouldn't be too bad.
Just getting up and down is my only way of burning off the calories we're eating.
Wait, my stomach's already getting all...
We've got 2 after this, and that's it. Then we're done.
Yeah, it's hard eating so much, like different candies too though. Just not used to it. So the things with this is that it looks like a corn like this, and you put them together, and you can make it look like a corn from the outside.
Okay, there's no marshmallow in the ingredient package, but they sure smell like marshmallow to me.
It's not really marshmallow, it kind of just like melts.
Oh! You know what it reminds me of? You know those... They were supposed to be banana, but they weren't. They were never banana. They were shaped like a banana. They were those bright yellow things.
Yep.
That's what the texture reminds me of.
Yeah. No marshmallow in it though.
No.
It's probably just like the creamy taste of the...
I was expecting it to be a hard, suck all day, jawbreaker type of texture, but it was spongy, mushy.
Mm-hmm. And it's not really like a marshmallow either, it's harder than a marshmallow.
Okay. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to be doing with all of these leftovers.
Are those two the same or are they different?
Okay. End of the book. Alright. Now, I have to admit, these are my absolute, you know, every year I buy like a good 10 bags of these. And I go through them pretty quickly. Again, I have already gone through about 4 bags of these, and it's only the end of August. Like they only had them out for not quite a full month. They are, it just says Original Foods Kisses. It's a molasses kisses, 1947. I'm assuming they have these in the States.
Molasses candies, they're probably everywhere.
Hey, my grandparents used to have.
That one has 3 of them. It has the chatty things on it though, if you want to rip it that way.
Excuse me. Okay, so it's a molasses. I keep wanting to say cookies.
Original Halloween Kiss. Oh,
And
it's like nougat.
I've had photos of these too in the past for. Nice and sticky.
Yeah. I was assuming it was going to be a lot harder. Maybe like those ones are.
It's a toffee.
Mm.
It's a saltwater toffee type one.
Mm. You can taste some molasses in it, but it's really sweet. It's not overly sweet, but it kind of melts and is like a little bit rubbery.
Yep. It totally stuck to the top of mine.
It sticks to the teeth, that's for sure.
Okay. That's stuck. Totally stuck to the roof of my thing. Hold my. Okay.
Now these ones.
Final.
Are you sure they're not the same?
This is what I wanted to compare. This is a Kers. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, Kers.
The Kers molasses kiss. I want to see how they compare.
This one seems a little smaller.
Okay, I'm not getting up again. You. Oh, so much for any kind of vampire mystique there. I've got no strength whatsoever. Okey-dokey. Alright. Oh, they have a different smell.
Yes.
I
I have a sense that they're more sugary than the other ones. Mm.
Those are dark molasses.
More sticky.
Great. They came off the wrapper nice and clean though compared to the other one.
It's more caramelly than the other one is.
I have a feeling this is going to be more like a Tootsie Roll.
Softer. Well, the flavor is still molasses, but it's just a little bit different, a little bit more smoother instead of fluffy.
Swallowed that one whole too. I think I like those better.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad. I got that bag. That was the only thing that I bought. No, I did buy it at the dollar store. I just bought it at the other location. Okay, so what do you think it costs us between yours and mine?
Just in candy, probably $20.
Probably a little more than that because the average bag of candy was $2.50.
Yeah, probably between like 25 and 30 between the both of us.
Wow,
over a few days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it'll last probably all year, except for this one. No, she still got those from last year. I'm sure she can do pretty good.
Oh, I think I'm all candied out for a few days.
Yeah.
This was more than...
I'm definitely going to get a little stomach ache from this. Like, I think it's just the different kinds.
So what was your favorite? All in all, and again, we might... this might be the end of the video, and then again, this might just be section 1 of the video
because there's so much more candy out there.
There's more to come. Yeah, that's the thing.
Honestly, I think mine was that chocolate pumpkin. Like, as sweet as it was probably the best tasting one out of the chocolates. As for the other candies, I've had a lot of those, but the molasses, the last one, I think.
That last molasses one was really I like that one.
It's still resonating in the teeth, yeah.
I'm sure I have big chunks of all over. I'm actually quite surprised with the candy corn.
It's delicious.
I'm gonna have to come up with some sort of recipe to use a good chunk of these leftovers. Because this is day 1 of, even though right now we are shooting this, as I said, on Sunday, actually Scum Day, August the 30th, 2020, this will air, because this is going to be day 1, and since I've been saying that throughout the whole thing, now it has to be day 1. This will air April.
I think she's going back in time, ladies and gentlemen.
October 19th.
Yes.
Will be the first day of the 13 days of Halloween.
It's probably a good one to start with, the candy. You guys start off with something sweet.
Or, in our case, sticky.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Anything else you want to say before we...
It's good though. Aside from the stomach ache. It's still good though.
You knew ahead of time though.
Yes, I knew ahead of time, and I ate. I prepared before and I ate before I came, so.
I didn't eat. That
was your breakfast. Well.
That was lunch.
Yeah.
That was lunch.
That was my midday snack.
I need a big cup of coffee now, so. Alright, I think it's time to sign off, and like I said, this might be all of it, and it might not. There might be another, because this is still...
It's still early.
It's still early in the season, but... Okay, so... I am Ardith Blood, the ghoul next door.
And the huntress living in a shade.
And until next time, creeping screams.
Toodles.
One more time, getting up. Okay. Trick or treat! Hello?
How is this?
It's Artist Blood.
Are you alone?
Yeah, I
Is
live
everybody
alone.
else?
I live alone.
Okay, well, you'll do.
Okay.
You want to play a game? Movie trivia.
I'm good at that.
Okay, the first question.
Okay.
Who played the lead?
Oh, Wesley Snipes in the movies and Conan
Noted.
in the TV show.
Next question.
Alright. Talk over me.
Was the leader in Lost Boys?
Oh, everyone thinks it's David, but it's actually Max.
Very good. Alright,
Mm-hmm.
next question.
Okay.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Anything with David Spade. His acting's worse than mine.
Okay, I feel that. Final question.
Okay.
What's your second favorite scary movie?
Hanging up now. Hello, my spiggans. This is I, or the Ghoul next door, and welcome to another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020. And today, we are talking about the movie franchise, Scream. So, I was inspired. I realized I hadn't made anything to do with the movies, so I was inspired to do a couple of recipes, and I will say one turned out pretty good, and the other one was a massive fail. But I decided to leave it in anyway, comedy. So, in the first movie, these are the foods that were either seen or mentioned. Popcorn, cereal, salt, beer, fish that was mentioned, oranges, grapes, raisins, nuts, liver mentioned, potato chips, there was a bag of them in the truck window, donuts, coffee, muffins, strawberries, toast, bacon, sugar, juice, milk, candy, caramel corn, pop, trail mix chocolates, party mix, a picnic basket, nacho chips, salsa, ice cream, cheesies, a fruit bowl, eggs, pork rinds, Chinese food, there are boxes in the news truck, corn syrup, peanut butter, jam, and bread. Scream 2, black-eyed peas mentioned, popcorn, pop, mushrooms, deco on the wall, nachos, coffee, martini, beer, crab puffs, pizza, candy, Chinese food, tea, carrot sticks, celery, apples, chips, vending machines, milk, V8, pasta, salad, salt, pepper, tater tots, cake, pretzels, mac and cheese, jello, milkshakes, donuts mentioned. Scream 3, oranges, herbs, squash, peppers, sausage, eggs, cereal, crackers, chips, cake mix, onions, chocolate chip cookies, coffee, pot pie, salad, iced tea, beer, peanuts, wine, pears, olive oil, power bars, brownies, jam, peanut butter, green beans, cheesies, birthday cake, pizza, and popcorn. Scream 4, cashews, tomatoes on a sign, garlic in a painting, peppers in a painting, bananas, apples, pop, popcorn, sugar, coffee, lemon squares, toast, tea, cookies, Chinese food, butter, chocolate milk, ice cream, cheese strings, beer, lemons, plums, cereal, bread, chips, a taco kit, crackers, limes, tequila, vodka, and pasta. So the second recipe, I decided to do nachos with a cream cheese sauce. And the ingredients were cream cheese, nacho cheese shreds, Parmesan cheese, sour cream, and water. And all I did was mix it all together, melting it down, so that you had a nice, thick cream sauce. Toppings of your choice. I used black olives, onions, and a veggie ground round. Popped it all into the oven for about 2 minutes. That's it. So simple, it hurts. The other recipe I had planned for Scream was, of course, a popcorn-based recipe. Now, I've done popcorn recipes in the past on my written blog, but I have been seeing this Halloween version called Graveyard Dirt or Graveyard Popcorn, depending on the bloggers, that 3 simple ingredients: plain popcorn, white chocolate chips, crumbled cookies. You melt the chips, pour it on the popcorn, pour the bits of crumbled cookies, mix it well, and voila. You're supposed to have this dark popcorn mixture. Well, unfortunately for me, it did not turn out. And I think that's because I used a ladyfinger cookie and not an Oreo cookie. I personally don't like Oreo cookies. And so this one was an epic fail for me, but I have seen this on many a Halloween YouTube tutorials, and if you use the proper cookie, it will work. Trick or treat! Hello, my Specans. It is I, or the Blood, the Ghoul next door, and welcome to another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020. And we're talking about the Child's Play franchise. Well, part of it anyway. So, I have managed to collect Child's Play 1, 2, 3, 4, Bride of Chucky. And I sat down and I had a bit of a marathon watching all 4 of those movies, and I thought, okay, let's bake something, let's cook something. So here's the list of foods that were either seen or mentioned in part 1 and part 4, Bride of Chucky. Child's Play. Cantonese food, there's a sign in the background. Burgers, there's a sign in the background. Fish and chips, there is a sign in the background. Toast, milk, cereal, juice, sugar, butter, birthday cake, tea bags, flour, Swiss cheese, there's a sign. In the cupboard we see coffee, canned tomatoes, cake mix, oatmeal, capers, and jam. There's ice cream pitcher on the fridge, bourbon, pretzels, and a fruit bowl on the table. Child's Play 4, Bride of Chucky. Tomato sauce, meatballs, black pepper, carrots, onions, green peppers, boxed food, canned food, both seen in the cupboards, wine, sandwiches, fries, there's a sign for it, beer, pop, chips, bread, cookies, cake, there's a pitcher on the fridge, and eggs. So I decided to pull inspiration from part 1. The opening scene, we see the kid making breakfast for his mom, so my brain immediately went to like cereal treats. Now, for those of you who know me, been following me for any length of time, you know I am vegetarian, and I decided to try a vegetarian version of making cereal treats. It didn't turn out too well. 3 simple ingredients. You just butter, Rice Krispies, and you swap out the marshmallows, because as we know, marshmallows are made from gelatin, and gelatin is not vegan friendly. Swap out the marshmallows for chocolate chips, or in this case, white chocolate chips. Well, I must have gone wrong somewhere, because I guess my measurements were off or something. Yeah, didn't work. Didn't work at all. In part 4, we see her bake cookies. That gives me an idea. I used the simplest 3-ingredient peanut butter cookie recipe. Just sugar, 1 egg, and some peanut butter. Simple! And you know what? The very last second, I decided to throw in the ruined Rice Krispie treats. So these cookies not only have sugar, an egg, and peanut butter, but they've also, because I threw in the unsuccessful Rice Krispie treats, they've got rice cereal, the white chocolate chips, and some butter. And you know what? They turned out really, really good. They turned out better than I was expecting with that extra ingredient. I wasn't sure how the butter was going to work with this, but they turned out really well. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, my Spuggins. It is I, Arthur, the ghoul next door, with
The Huntress Lumina Shade.
and welcome to another episode of the 13 Days of Halloween 2020. And what are we doing today?
Halloween Gingerbread House.
Halloween gingerbread house. Yes. Without a Halloween gingerbread house. She had a
Christmas kit.
Christmas kit, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna doctor it up and see what we can destroy.
We have some black and some Halloween candies.
Alrighty. I've actually seen a couple of YouTube videos in the past, and I'm gonna get her name wrong. Madam Absence, or I will put it in here somewhere. Where her and her crew did one of these a year or two ago for like Christmas, but they did theirs, I believe, drunk. We're doing ours completely sober, which will be comical and probably worse. Okay. I have no idea what to do here. I've made one in my entire life, and that was many, many years ago, and it was the most disastrous thing I ever did.
So I don't know if we just want to keep these in here. They're already...
What is that?
Is it icing?
Yes, let's keep the icing in there until we're ready.
No, but I just mean instead of putting it into these.
Oh,
It's
okay.
already on a corner.
If you can do it.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Instructions.
Instructions! Okay. Oh, okay, for a second there I was worried because I picked up the French side. No, I can't read French. Can you read French?
Not really.
Instructions pour l'assemblage. Necessary pour mini-maçons and biscuit. And, oh, well, I can't read that because I'm blind. The rest of it is such tiny, tiny print.
So they do have to be taken apart and put together. Without breaking them.
So is this supposed to be like one house, or is this like...
This is 3 houses right here, and this is...
Oh, it's a village. It's Santa's village. Okay.
This is how small they pretty much are, I think.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Are you completely sure? What is the box? Let me see the box. Box me. Woo! Oh, it is too. So this is what it looks like. It is
Supposed to look like.
what it's supposed to look like. Trust me, it won't come remotely to that.
No.
It is little mini. I thought it was pieces of a larger, but no, they are minis. Okay.
I think we do need scissors.
All right, I'll get that in a second.
So, I'm pretty sure we'll have to use these ones. We have red and white of the cake made. It's runnier. I think we just use this for the infrastructure. one do you want to do?
This is your show. This is your episode. This is your episode. I'm just the host. Is. With the most is. With the most is bad hair today. Oy.
I'm not sure. I did it like that. So you don't have to use bags.
Okay. So you want me just to break these without
Yeah.
breaking them, hopefully?
It should just break on the seam.
Almost.
Yeah, mine was
Woo!
like that too.
Almost a clean one. Oh, I screwed up. Can we fix it?
Probably.
Here, I'll let you try to. You know what? I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it.
We'll just do one at a time so we don't mix up the pieces. Okay. Well, you got
I
this
surrender!
roof
I surrender!
section.
I surrender to the kitchen gods.
Those are just the sides. I would just glue that together with icing.
Okay. Well, you've already declared that this is a display only,
Yeah.
that you're not going to eat it.
No.
I made that mistake one year. The one time I did these, way back, almost 20 years ago, I built it. It was a disaster. With the intention, though, of, because it was an edible one, so I thought. Looking back on it now, it was probably just meant to be decoration and not eaten.
Yes, most of them are though. Also because they sit there for so long.
I did not know that at the time. I was young, foolish, and drunk. Now I'm just foolish.
Let's see what happens here.
So are
So-
these oh, so these are like the little...
I didn't see the point in transferring it when I had the corners already.
Okay, do you need this though to
No.
get precise?
I don't think so.
Alrighty.
I got it on the corner, just like. We'll see what happens.
Famous last words. We'll see what happens.
No, I don't know.
Ooh, congealed blood. That's my Katya impression.
I think you're just supposed to stick them up like that, but. Yeah, I don't know.
I think you're supposed to. Okay. No. It is. Yeah, okay. So you want me to hold it while you do the edge?
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to overlap like that though.
Oh.
So just remove it like that.
So is this something you guys did growing up? Making these? Like normal people?
Only at Christmas time. Kind of will look like blood overflowing.
We never did things like this.
No?
No. Too much of a mess. That was my mom's excuse for everything. It'll make too much of a mess. We're not doing it. I'm lucky my mom never watches any of these videos because I would never hear the end of it.
Okay, well, that way we put this one on there first. haven't done one. A long time.
And you see the gingerbread competitions all the time on the Food Network Canada. I did not realize until about 2 years ago that people actually did these as like major competitions. I had no idea that there was an entire culture. You kind of. And the reason we're doing it here, even though this is hers and she's taking it home with her, trust me, she's taking it home with her. She's got pets, so that's why we're doing it here at my place and not at her place.
They would honestly get in the way of everything we did. Literally, yeah. Well, no.
Are we off kilter?
Well, definitely.
Oh,
they could probably see it, but we can't. So,
alrighty then.
It's pushed in outside. So. Okay. There's no wedding. It's too small, I think.
She's the crafting person. I'm not.
See what happens this time.
Okay. Do you want me to hold? Or do you want? Because the more you move it, there.
The more it does, yeah.
Are we good?
No,
I can't see anything.
Pinches in there.
I surrender. I surrender to the kitchen gods.
Okay, that should be good. Just try and keep it there.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll dry fast, but probably won't. It's icing.
Oh, I don't have a hairdryer or nothing, so.
No, I don't think that. I would think that would make it melt more with the sugar.
Oh, yes. Alrighty.
Do you want to do yours?
This one now?
Yeah. Oh, I guess we gotta glue that piece back together.
Yeah, we gotta glue that piece back together.
What color do you want?
Just do it. Is whatever one's already open, just do it.
So, I think it's probably this way around, yeah. Should be good.
Okay, we'll just give it a minute. Give it a moment. Okay, what's the instructions for this one?
Okay, that one. I think that's just your basic house. I think there's two
Your
basic.
basic house for your basic witch
It's
by
the
your
second.
basic
So,
fools.
roof, sides, front, back.
Alright, so front and back get connected to what? Which? No, the sides.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So,
So how often would you guys do these? Like just at Christmas or?
just at Christmas. And not all the time.
No? Did you ever think it would become a trend? To the, like...
Not really. But Martha Stewart wise, I don't know. Yeah. Like competitions, probably. Just like those chocolatier ones. next one might be a little difficult.
Yeah, because it's supposed to go like that. Okay. Yeah, like I said, until I saw the first episode of one of those competitions on the Food Network Canada, I had no idea that gingerbread housemaking was a thing, like a culture.
It probably trended and just stayed like that. Or like, do they still have it on, or is it just a short time?
I don't know if there's one this season because of it being the, isolation situation.
Yeah.
But they've been rerunning the last 2 seasons. Okay, that one's not staying. You want to add a little... Ooh, fancy!
Didn't even try. It probably just wasn't catching because of the crack in it. I would just do that and then put that on afterwards.
You've decorated some cakes in your life, eh?
Not really. No.
Speaking of half-baked decorations, I don't know if I've already, because I'm taping a whole bunch of these like at one time, and everything will just kind of, when it gets edited, so I can't really say what came before what videos until after, they're all up on. But there's going to be a cake decoration.
We can try.
No, I've already done it.
Oh.
I just haven't edited the video. Okay. So, awfully wobbly. We built the city on zombie goo. Oh. I don't know. Can you see that? It's tilting. The leaning tower of Ginger. Oy. Yeah, it's so wobbly. You must have gone wrong somewhere.
Probably when they were printing it. The gingerbread house. I don't know how they'd bake something like this. Never.
See, that's why you have to watch those competitions. They actually show the techniques of how you make them, and there's some really great competitors with these techniques that you would never think to use, and they mix different flours and get all sorts of thickness and structure, stability. There was one episode where they were doing, I think it was a Beetlejuice house, and the lawn, the texture for lawn, yeah, like if you haven't seen them, anybody watching this, if you haven't seen them.
It's kind of like those bake-offs.
Yeah.
There was one thing I seen on the Women's Network. It was one of those movies where there's a gingerbread making competition.
Like a movie?
It's one of those movies my mom and sister watch on the Women's Network.
It's a Hallmark movie.
Yes.
What was it called?
I don't know.
Alrighty.
I was just happened to be there and they were watching it. That's all.
Yeah, I watch those sometimes. The food-related ones, like I've seen the Pumpkin Pie Wars, and I've seen quite a few of the ones that are like a dash of love or a recipe for love, or those type of ones.
What they were doing though is they were making gigantic ones, like skyscrapers.
Oh, are you sure this was a movie and not?
Yeah, it was a movie. I just put it on that edge so it sticks up on there.
This way?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That one was a little bit easier.
I don't know how structurally sound it is, but as she pokes, poke.
Should be fine.
Next!
Do you want to do all of them?
I don't know, it's up to you.
Or just start with these two?
Are you going to end up using those, or are you going to put them away for next year?
I don't know. Let's work on these two for right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's black. It sparkles. Then there's these ones too. I just thought I'd use the thick stuff to glue it on better. There's white and red. And then these Halloween candies.
I would like to know how to get a drippy... Oh, that is thick. I would like to know how to get a drippy blood effect.
You'd probably need,
Are you making a mess on my floor?
no, just you'd probably need, like, icing sugar ones that's, like, thin.
I have no idea how you're supposed to decorate the front or the side
Without moving it, yeah.
without destroying it completely. I don't think you can. Right now, it looks like there's some ectoplasm seeping out. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Don't know what I'm doing, but that's okay.
It would have been cool if we could find orange or green or something.
We remembered the kitchen scissors this time. Woohoo! Alright. Compared to the, I better not be getting stuff all over me. She says, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I'm gonna have a mess all over my kitchen and the hallway and my dining room. Okay, so that one's open. Can I have one of the eyeballs?
Yes. No, use whatever.
Oh, use whatever. Okay. Yeah. Well, if you sat through our entire trick or treat episode, which was like day 1, then you might remember the gnarly eyeballs. Which, oh my god, that looks like a giant boob.
Yeah, and try not to push it in with all, yeah, it's gonna be a pain in the butt.
It's supposed to look like, ah! It broke.
Did it?
Yeah. It looks like a boob.
What, did that, the crack side break, or? Or did you just get pushed in?
It just got pushed in.
Oh, I've been having that problem too. I just pinched mine on the sides and put it in from the bottom.
Why? Okay,
I don't know. Yours has way more icing on it than mine does.
Yeah. Did you not notice me doing that?
Maybe. Bring it over to the edge slowly.
Over the edge. Wah. Wah ha ha ha.
Yeah, we should have used like glue or something and glued it all down first.
My house collapsed. Hurricane Bianca.
It does look nice though. We're broke.
With a giant gnarly eyeball that looked more like a boob. Wow, so much for Krampus's house.
Back together though. It's probably easy.
Yeah, go ahead, try it. There's way too much goop on there now. It's just a mess. It's a mess.
It's the broken hurricane survivor. No. It isn't that. It is a man down situation. It's gotta know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell me either.
I'm gonna use your eyeball.
Go for it.
If it'll stay on.
I'm not using it.
Let's see if it stays
I probably didn't wait long enough and let it, like, yours had some time while we were trying to do this one.
Mine didn't really have. I had problems with mine too. I had to like hold it up and put things back together.
Something else that we excel at. Ruining things. Making a mess. Oh, it's a good thing we weren't friends as kids because we would have been disastrous for our parents' living rooms. My mother had a very strict rule. If it made a mess, it was not allowed in our house. So imagine her shock and horror one year when friends of the family bought us, my sister and me, one of those Play-Doh kits, those barbershop Play-Doh kits they had the, looking back at it now, it was awfully phallic, but it was those little two like characters and you put the Play-Doh up them, inside them, and then you put them on the little barber chair and crank the wheel and all the Play-Doh would come up and create hair, and then you would snip it all off and have just pieces of Play-Doh all over the rug that just ruined the rug. Yeah, Mom was not happy.
No. And it sticks in there too.
Oh, it does. I remember her cutting pieces of the rug out and just freaking out on us, and that was that. It promptly went into the trash. We were allowed to have all the Barbies we wanted, though.
Well, they're not really a mess until you step on one of those high heels.
Oh, yes, books and Barbies, and board games. Anything that was clean, that did not have a mess, that did not make a mess. So, you know.
I still want to see some ginger, but cover up these lines.
So what kind of toys, like, did you do a lot of crafting as a kid?
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of messes.
Lots of messes?
Yeah. All kinds. Sewing, like, coloring, painting, the works. Yeah, they don't really stay together too well, do they?
No.
No.
See, I see yours is already starting to wibble and wobble.
Yeah, I haven't really been touching it either. So, it is a failure.
Yes, this is a crafting flop.
It kind of is, but I'll turn around.
It just fell right apart too.
Yeah. You can't move them around or nothing.
Hurricane Bianca got that one too. But and you can see the boob eyeball,
Yeah.
the boober.
It's thinner, but it's not as sweet.
So what are you what are you gonna do with this mess?
I think
Since
that
there's no display to display.
I think it's a drastic failure.
Yes.
And I think that maybe I take these ones apart at home and just glue them together.
Glue.
Like actual glue them
Actual
together.
glue. And that
And
way
then
you
maybe
can...
we have another go.
Alrighty. Because we don't have any glue
Because
here.
we got the failure part.
Yeah.
And I have like all kinds of glue at home.
I do have hot glue, but...
That would probably make a mess of these.
Yeah.
If it comes down to it, I'll use Gorilla Glue and they'll these jobs out. So,
Alrighty. Any other funny little anecdotes about Halloween and crafting? Halloween crafting. So we were sitting here. We were actually talking about Christmas, and we didn't talk about Halloween. Growing up, did you do any Halloween crafting?
no, just decorating mostly.
Just decorating. Okay. We didn't have a whole lot. My mom hates Halloween. She can't stand it, which is, I don't understand how both me and my sister are Halloween freaks, and my mom is not.
It probably skipped a generation. The thing about candies is we get to eat them. Some of them.
Okay, you can eat them, but we've been touching them, so I'm not gonna.
I still haven't packaged this one.
Okay, well, I'm good. I'm
not gonna touch this one. No.
I'm good.
It's funny. I think we're supposed to have to do that.
So that'll be for another project. Because unless you want to go run and do that,
Well, it's probably gonna take a while to set. So
yeah.
just put it on at the end or something. Just do a little. I'm gonna do it properly the second time. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess for the moment we're done for now.
Yeah.
Whether we come back with the rest of them tacked on to this video or not, please tune in to find out. And in the meantime, I'm Mars Blood, the ghoul next door.
And the Huntress Lumina Shade.
Until next time,
Toodles.
creeping screams. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, my spuggins. It is I, Out of Blood, the ghoul next door. And welcome to another episode of the 13 Days of Halloween. And today we're talking about the movie Hubie Halloween. Netflix's latest Adam Sandler offering. Okay, well. Alright, so if you haven't hopped over to Netflix yet to see this, basically, we have the lead character. He loves Halloween. He's like the Halloween mascot for their city. But he's kind of this dare I say, nerdy kind of weakling who gets the crap beat out of him all the time. He's constantly bullied. He's bullied by his peers. He's bullied by his so-called friends. He's bullied by the children in the neighborhood. And he believes that there is a werewolf living next door. So the movie actually starts with a psychopath who escapes from the asylum a day or so before Halloween and comes to their neighborhood. So it's set up for you to believe that that is the guy the werewolf. And the werewolf neighbor is played by Steve Buscemi. No surprise there, as he plays the voice of the werewolf Wayne in the Hotel Transylvania franchise, along with Adam Sandler, who plays Dracula. So he's trying to convince the neighborhood that A, there is a werewolf living next door to him, and B, to stay safe during Halloween. So there's all these weird situations that he finds himself in where he's literally warning the neighborhood, like, don't go into this place, and don't go here, and don't go there. And meanwhile, he has had this 50-year crush on this girl who he's known like his entire life, who works at the diner, and he keeps going to the diner and ordering soups and mixing them together in horrible concoctions just so he can talk to her. She kind of likes him, but she's not understanding why he's not picking up on the fact that she likes him. And then there is this radio host who he listens to all the time and is kind of crushing on as well, which you find out later is a man putting on voice. And the waitress has kids, and she's like a foster mom, and she has kids that on Halloween night get into some trouble, and Hubie has to, he saves them. He works with the cops, sort of. The cops kind of see him as a joke, even though he's serious about what's going on. There's a psychopath on the loose. He thinks there's a werewolf living next door. People go missing into this abyss in the middle of this cornfield that I guess was put up for the city's haunted house, and nobody believes him, but then people start disappearing, and there's this stalker on the radio who's like sending him love notes. And big spoiler alert if you were planning on watching this, it ends up the stalker is his mom, and she's getting ready to die, so she wants to tie up loose ends, and for her, loose ends are getting rid of the bullies who have been bullying her son, aka pretty much everybody in town. How she sucks them into nothingness in the middle of the cornfield, we're never told. It's just we're supposed to accept it. He ends up with the chick. He ends up becoming mayor of the city. Everyone becomes his friend. The psychopath that was on the loose ends up, he is not the werewolf. The guy who has lycanthropy, who believes he is a werewolf, is the roommate of the psycho killer, and the psycho killer broke out to bring him back to the asylum. It's all very Disney. The moral of there's quite a few morals in this movie though that make you go, oh yeah, I could see how that works, and I could see why they decided to go with this. It's very cliche. You got a lot of the same characters you see in every single Adam Sandler movie. Kevin James is in it. He plays the cop who doesn't believe him and is kind of almost bullying him and pulling pranks on him himself, which of course Kevin James plays the voice of Frank in the Hotel Transylvania franchise. So you got a lot of and Rob Schneider, who seems to be in every Adam Sandler movie, who's also co-producer on this one, so you know he had to have a scene. Is it a great movie? No. Is it a cute little Halloween movie that you can waste a couple hours with? Yes. There was moments where it was a little gross, but they actually kept the grossness to a reasonable minimum that actually worked with the story. It wasn't just gross for the sake of being gross. The jokes worked with the plot line, so we'll forgive that this one time. Was it particularly funny? That would depend on your sense of humor. I found this, it's not that long of a movie, but it sure felt like it was great up to a point. I will say that. I will say the story clicked along nicely. It kind of reminded me of the original Halloween and the 1986 music movie Trick or Treat. And I'm not talking about that one that you see on TV all the time. I'm talking about the original 1986 with Ozzy Osbourne and Gene Simmons and Mark Price. Okay? If you take the basic elements from that movie with Mark Price, where he is this kind of heavy metal loser in love with Halloween who's got to save the town from, you know, all the evil that's going on and fight the bullies. It's right there. It so reminds you, it hits every note that movie, this Adam Sandler Hubie's Halloween, hits every note that the original Trick or Treat from 1986 was giving you, but it's doing it in a comical sense and not in any way, shape, or form in a spooky, scary Halloween sense. There's no horror to this. This is a comedy. I guess. And then up to like the last 15 minutes, it just, not only does it become extremely predictable, but it kind of cops out. You know, it's just this, I don't know. Should you watch it on Halloween? Sure, why not? You know, it's better than some of the stuff I've seen lately. Not great, not good. Will it become a classic? I'm sure there are people who will find it a Halloween classic. But, alright, I'm going to keep this short, end it there, and I will see you again tomorrow in another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020, right here on my Facebook page. Until next time, creeping screams! Trick or treat! Wait! Okay, so what is your favorite, if you had to give someone a list of movies to watch for a Halloween marathon, give me 10 that you really will gravitate towards every year.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay.
Friday the 13th.
Which one?
Well, generally all of them.
Pick one.
Well, generally, if it's in a series, I pick the first one.
Okay, so the original.
Yes. Hellraiser.
I'm assuming all the originals?
Yes.
Friday the 13th?
All the originals.
Okay.
I haven't been watching a lot of movies lately, or TV, so...
There's only 3.
I know. Generally... those are my favorites. Then there's, like, the ones off where they don't go into series.
Okay, what about... Okay, those. What? So you said the original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes.
You said the original Friday the 13th. You said the original Hellraiser. What about, like, the kid-geared ones? Anything there?
Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters? the original Ghostbusters? Okay.
Well, there's only, like, well, technically 3 of them now. Well,
Technically 4, because the 4th
Yeah.
one was supposed to get released this year, but it's been pushed back to next year. So I guess
technically it's already done. It counts.
technically, yeah.
Yes.
But of the ones that you have seen so far, as
No,
of this
it's just
taping-
the original one. The
original.
second one, it wasn't as good as the first one.
Okay, so
they
that-
generally do that.
That's 4 out of 10. You got 6 more to go.
I can't think of movies like that. That Oculus one, that with the mirror.
Okay, I have not seen
It's
that.
not really Halloween, but it's scary.
Okay, I haven't seen that. But, all right, so there's 5.
Casper, the one with the
Okay.
mansion.
All right.
It's a little spooky.
Okay, that's 6.
My brain doesn't work like this. Like I generally like all movies.
Okay, any vampire movies? Any classic monsters? Any zombies?
Well, there's Queen of the Damned.
Okay.
Interview with the Vampire. Zombies.
You're up to you've done 8, so you've got 2 to go.
Night of the Living Dead.
All right. The original?
Yeah, well, all of them. I can't
Pick
specify
one.
like that
Pick
because it
one.
would mean nothing now. Just go with the originals.
Okay, just go on with the
because-
originals. You got 1 left.
I can't differentiate movies like that. I can't pick favorites.
You got 1 left.
That one up in Alaska with the vampires and
30 Days a Night.
30 Days a Night. Yeah.
Okay. That's your 10.
Does she like to put you on the spot? Yes.
That was like ripping
It is 'cause,
vampire fangs out.
honestly, I love all movies. And I can't really play favorites like that with the movies. There's
Oh.
too many of them. And I know she can for days and days and days. Does she need to be
It's
put on the
literally-
spot? Not really. Yes, because we have different point of views.
Okay,
A
so
little bit.
my top 10 would include Beetlejuice. Okay. Nosferatu 1979 by Klaus Kinski. Actually, he stars in it, I should say. Okay. Okay, so for a zombie movie, I am going to kind of cop out a little bit, and I'm going to say My Boyfriend's Back. It's a zombie comedy. I prefer Witches of Eastwick. So there's a witch movie in there.
I don't recall that one. The Eastwood part, it sounds. I can't remember them all like that. No.
Jack Nicholson, Cher, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Susan Sarandon.
They all seem familiar. Well, I know all the actors. It's probably been a very long time. I've literally been on hiatus from TVs for years.
Ginger Snaps. So there's a werewolf movie.
No, that's the one.
We're moving on. So now, see, you got me all flustered, and I don't remember what I said.
Like 5 or 6.
I listed off 5. So I know I just said Beetlejuice. I know I just said Ginger Snaps. I know I just said
Nosferatu.
Witches of Eastwick. I know I said Nosferatu 79, and I know I said My Boyfriend's Back. Okay,
And Ginger Snaps.
I just said that.
Yeah.
The other half would be Okay, now this is where we kind of get nitpicky because there are so many movies. Rocky Horror Picture Show is in there.
Yeah, well, that's the top number one for the theaters.
Okay. So we've covered vampires, zombies, witches, werewolves. Technically, Rocky Horror is a Frankenstein, so I guess we've covered Frankenstein.
Then there's the Frankenstein as well. But...
Yeah, let's throw in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein from 1994, the Robert De Niro version. Okay, so 7. Oh, The Shining. You have to have The Shining in there. And I got 2 left. Kids movie. For a kids movie. See, that's where I kind of get stumped. Because technically speaking, I guess...
The Vault is a lot.
I guess Beetlejuice could be kind of...
Both ways.
Yeah, it's one of those that, yeah. I really... Kids movie. Trip me up there.
The Haunted Mansion?
I haven't seen it, so I can't put it on my list. Wow. Okay, I'm going to. I guess kids movie. I don't think I've ever really thought about
Lots
that.
of them cater around, but not Halloween. They do Halloween specials and all that, and I can't think of any. There's not one kind of kids movie that I guess I'm gonna have to cop out and say Hocus Pocus. I was trying to keep it off the list, but and of course we got to go back to the vampires. So Lost Boys. Yeah, it's called classic.
She says that she's wearing a Fright Night shirt. So if I were to pick 11, the original Fright Night. And none of those movies came to mind.
No, they do.
Now they do. Now they do.
Your Rolodex in your brain is a lot smoother than mine is. You also have yours on me. Yeah, so it does work in your favor.
Stab to the heart.
Only mentally.
Shouldn't have snapped my fingers. Those are the ones I dislocated before.
There's like generally 15 years between us. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. And generally, I see a movie one time. You've probably seen them a lot of times.
Yeah, I'm a collector. I actually just had this conversation.
I don't usually remember a movie until I've seen it at least 10 times.
See, I just had this kind of collector's conversation with the guy at the record store a couple of days ago. Trying to find a movie that apparently does not have a Canadian distribution. Yeah. So it was like, this sucks. And he's like, well, there's the rest of them in the series. I'm like, yes, I know that, but
you want this?
I want the entire collection, and I've been trying to get them in order, and it's kind of, yeah. There's like how many Addams Family movies that we could have thrown in there?
Oh, lots.
There's... See, I guess I should have given us 20 instead of 10 each.
I would never be able to finish this. That is the problem.
She'd be here for a month trying to come up with one, and I'm like, oh, well, there's this one and that one and this one and that one.
She already had it on the brain too, which is...
You should be...
Well, I know. I'm always thinking it's never going to change. It's never going to change. Do I remember the movies? Yes. Exactly the plot. I always... Like, even when I'm watching Star Trek or something, I don't get the whole picture. I think I have to see it mostly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe the zombies already ate her brain too.
I think so.
They've been snacking on mine for years. I'm surprised,
Yeah, this still functioning properly.
Yeah. That's the show for the moment. So we'll be back over the course of between now and Halloween, taping some stuff, and by the time next week rolls around and we got the first batch of stuff up, we'll be taping some more. So don't forget to tune in. I guess to the next episode of whatever the hell this was. Until then, I'm the Huntress in Moonshade. And I'm Artist Blood, the ghoul next door. Creeping screams. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, my spec guns. It is I, Artist Blood, the ghoul next door, and welcome to another episode of 13 Days of Halloween. And today I'm talking about the movie Vampire Burt's Serenade. Now, this is on Hubie. I don't have this one. I'm thinking I might have to track it down and get a copy, though. Surprisingly... Alright, so this is listed as a 2020 film, but when you kind of look it up online, the lead actor is played by none other than Kevin Richardson from the Backstreet Boys. He plays Burt, the vampire, and when you look at his bio on IMDb, this movie is listed twice, under two different names with two different years. It's first listed in 2014, and that's another thing. There's such a, I'll get to that in a minute. So this movie is first listed, it's 2014, as The Bloody Indulgence at like 80 minutes, and then it's listed again in 2020 as Vampire Burt's Serenade at 87 minutes. So I don't know what's going on there. And then elsewhere on the internet it's listed as a 2012 movie. So I don't know if it was a short to begin with the other title, or if it was a promo cut they did to get the money for the rest of it, or if it just at the first date didn't have distribution. If it did not have a distributor, and once it changed its name got one, or once it got one changed, I don't know. Anyway, so this is a musical, and you know how I feel about musicals, so this was a treat and a trick for me. Okay, yeah. So we are in a seedy little strip club in LA where Burt the vampire is hunting down his best friend and biting him, turning him into a vampire. So they go into, the character's name is Todd for half the movie, and then his name gets changed. So they go into the strip club, and Todd's girlfriend is the lead singer in between strip acts. She's like the intermission act, and she's on stage and she realizes that Todd has been turned into a vampire, and so she starts a riot to kill Burt, knowing that Burt turned him. Like I said, a riot ensues, people get killed left, right, and center. Burt and Todd have to flee the strip club. Todd accidentally bites his girlfriend and makes her a vampire. Her name is Connie. It makes her a vampire. Burt's not having it. Bert's like, no, I don't think so. She's gonna be trouble. So he calls in a vampire hunter and has Connie staked 5 minutes into being a vampire. Todd and Burt then proceed to go to Bert's drug dealer called the Candyman, where the Candyman, who is a woman, is doing a photo shoot. She gets the models all nice and pretty and then literally shoots them with real bullets and has this beautiful splatter effect behind them on this canvas. It's very twisted. So Burt and Todd are hiding out in this drug den, for lack of a better word, while the Candyman goes in hunting for more bullets because she's run out of bullets. Meanwhile, Connie, who is lying staked dead in the parking lot of the strip club, gets rescued by these two zombies. And one zombie pulls the stake out and starts licking the stake like a lollipop stick, and the other one is like just so enamored by her that he starts kissing her, and he accidentally makes her a zombie. So she's like this, I don't know if she's supposed to be a full-on zombie or if she's supposed to be a zombie vampire hybrid type of thing. Never quite explained. I'm thinking she's supposed to be full-on zombie just because she kind of acts more like the zombies than she does the vampires. And the strippers who were left in the strip club unharmed decide that they are going to get revenge on Burt for everything he's done that night, and they follow him to Candyland, which is the name of the drug dealer's drug den. More weirdness ensues, another big battle happens, and everyone except Burt, spoiler alert, ends up dead at the end. Okay, so there is a running gag where Burt keeps taking literally the shirt off of other men's backs because his gets completely bloody, so he's just nice shirt handed over. I have to wonder about his choice in clothing, and I'm saying this only because, as I said, Backstreet Boy Kevin Richardson plays the lead character, plays Burt the vampire. At the same time that, if you're going by the IMDb listing for what I'm assuming was the original recording date of this, or original production date of this movie being between 2012 and 2014, the actor slash Backstreet Boy was at that same time had done the movie Casserole Club, which the movie Casserole Club takes place in the 1960s, the late 50s, early 60s. I think it's the 1960s. And the wardrobe he wore in that movie looks like the exact same wardrobe he's wearing in this one, so I don't know if they were done by the same production company, or if that was his real clothes, or if it just happened that way. Who knows? But yeah, the clothing seemed very out of date, considering this movie is supposed to be contemporary within the last like 15 years or so. It's a funny movie. I went into this, it is a musical, and I'm not, if you follow me for any length of time, I'm not a fan of musicals. I don't really care for them, but this is an independent film, and it plays more like a stage play, so I actually wonder if it was originally meant to be a stage play. There's pretty much 3 locations. 90% of this is done in the drug den. If you can get through the first 10 minutes of this film, if you can make it to the point where Burt and Todd escape the riot at the strip club, and get into the rest of the film, then it's a good movie. It is funny, it is cheesy unintentionally, but in a good way. It is cheesy intentionally, in a good way and a bad way. It's kind of gets you thinking about who's who and how we present ourselves, because through this whole movie, the character of Burt kind of comes off as this, he's a dink. He's a total douchebag. He's a total dick in this movie, and through the whole thing, you figure he's just this drug addict with an ego to match. At the end of the movie, you're kind of left going, oh, he's smarter than everybody else. Okay, I get that. If you want to look at it like he's the kingpin in the area, he's the mob boss, per se. I think this movie it's a cute movie. If you like musicals, you'll like it. If you've seen the movie you know what, I'm just going to put the title here because I can't pronounce it, but I covered it last year on my 13 Days of Halloween on my written blog. Vamphifica? It was another vampire musical, anyway. I will put the name down here. They're quite similar in their feel and their styling. They're both low budget, they're both independent, both musicals. This one, if there's an underscore to this, or yeah, an underthought to this, it's about addictions. It's about how we present ourselves. It's how other people view us at the same time. It's smarter than it actually appears. The zombies seem to follow in a pack, not really able to control what's going on. They just mindlessly, they're the sheep, they're zombies. Vampires, there's one scene where some of the models, they're fed the drugs, then Burt feeds on their blood, and the models, instead of wanting blood, they really want just drugs. So it's this whole metaphor for addiction and different types of addictions, from sex addiction, which the character Todd, who later gets renamed Rocket. Yeah. There's sex addiction, there's drug addiction, there's the addiction for power, and then there's the characters who just kind of want to sit back and let everybody else lead them. So there's that codependency, which is an addiction in itself. So, cute little movie, nice little way to spend an hour and a half, 2 hours. Add it to your vampire list. I saw it on Hubie. I think that's one of the few places it's available right now at the time of this posting. So, with that said, I will see you guys in the next video. Tune in often, leave me some comments, show me some love. Let me know, what's your favorite vampire movie and what's your favorite musical? Are you a Backstreet Boy fan? I'm Art of Blood. Till next time, creeping screams. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, my Spuggums. It is I, or the blood, the ghoul next door. And welcome to another edition of 13 Days of Halloween 2020. Today we are talking about, well, actually, we're not really talking as much as we are just making. Shadow of the Vampire. Here are the foods that I saw in the movie that were either shown in the movie or were mentioned. Wine, goats, bread, a picnic basket, garlic, beer, ale, brandy was mentioned, ham, blackberries, dark grapes, seaweed was mentioned, cheese was mentioned, schnapps, milk, apples, and strawberries. I decided to go with a coffin-shaped cake. First time I've ever tried this. I got so excited and so into this that I forgot to actually tape me making the batter. But you can tell from the photo that I put way too much chocolate in the mixture. There's way too much cocoa in that mixture, and it was just so dark and so thick. But I consider it a win, because I had never done it before, and it remotely looks like a coffin. And I just mixed the icing sugar with some black food coloring, and actually it wasn't food coloring, it was icing, and crumpled some Tim Hortons Tinbits cereal birthday surprise flavor on top, just for a little pop of color. What do you think? I don't think I'll be going on Halloween Wars or anything. No. Halloween baking competition is safe for me. Don't worry about that. And until next time, creeping screams. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, my Spuggums. It is I, Earthblood, the ghoul next door, and this is another episode of 13 Days of Halloween, and I attempt to do a Lily Munster style. Okay, so first off, I have a zombie-colored cream makeup that I picked up at Walmart. It is literally a gray, sludgy color. And you can see me holding up the container. It's already bent as I open it. and I started to layer the makeup on here. I really wish that I had been smart enough to put a primer or some proper foundation underneath it before I started, because it did not go on evenly. And I don't know if it was my skin, or if it's the product itself, or if it was the applicator I was attempting to use, but I ended up giving in on the applicator there and diving in with a fistful of it. You'll notice I'm doing this as a voiceover. I was listening to the Bold and the Beautiful soap opera in the background, so I had to cut the sound out. But here I go, layering on layer number 2, possibly even layer number 3 of this cream-based. Again, I wish I had put some proper foundation underneath, or a primer or something. But too late now. And then I just went over top of that with a white powder. You see me coughing because I breathed it in. By the end of the night, I had breathed in so much powder that I had a scratchy throat. If anybody knows why this technique is called baking, let me know, because I have no idea. We used to call it setting. And you will notice me every so often fighting with my straps. Yeah, I was in a car accident a few years back, and that shoulder has never been right since. No pun intended, because it's the right shoulder. Everything falls off it, no matter how I adjust things. And here I have a Halloween packaged eyeliner, liquid eyeliner that I got at Walmart. It was in the Halloween section. It's just a black liquid liner. So I'm using the back of the DVD cover from season 1 as my inspiration. somewhere in the course of the 2-season run, her makeup actually changes. It goes from the design that I am attempting to do here with the weird eyeliner that goes straight out at the bottom, to a more natural look. But that more natural look later in the series, it was a little boring. Well, not that not that this was all that exciting, but I was actually watching a few YouTube tutorials from makeup artists, from actual real makeup artists. And it seems like I do everything they tell you not to do. The squinting of your eye when you're trying to put on your eyeshadow and your eyeliner. Apparently, that just makes it worse. To how I hold my hand, to the way I hold my brush. Apparently, I do everything wrong. Oh well. It dried so quickly. I do not use liquid liner. When I do my eyeliner, I usually use a powder. So I bought the liquid liner specifically for this. I did not realize how quickly it would dry. I have to say too, I don't know one brush from the other. I am literally looking through my brushes right here, not sure which one would be the best. And this would be a Sephora eye palette, Sephora collection. It was their summer palette, one of their summer 2020 palettes that I bought specifically for this, with this in mind. And I'm using the green. None of these had any, this palette did not have any color names on any of them, so it's just black, white, green, blue, red, yellow. So I'm just using the green. normally, and you can see I'm sitting in my dining room doing this. Normally, when I do my makeup, I just do it in the bathroom, leaning over the sink, but there was no space to set up my camera, which I gotta say is just my phone on a tripod. It's not even a proper camera. But it was just too awkward, so there's me sitting in my dining room. And I added the blue to this green that I already have on my lids. My blending technique needs some work. Going back to the same palette, and I'm grabbing the black shadow to give me some eyebrows. I have to admit, this is the first time ever that I have added any color to my eyebrows. I know some people, paint them on and know how to do all sorts of lovely things. I can't. But hey, my skills can only improve. Just not in this video. I went back to that palette and I'm adding a bit of white, and you could see the powder. I didn't shake off the excess, and you can just see that powder going into the air. I am regretting not blending it down into my neck and shoulders. I've got that harsh chin line that I wish I had taken into consideration. So I'm just using, I don't even know if this was a shadow or a contour or what it was, but it was like a suede brown color, and I decided to use it for contouring. So the majority of this was done with one color palette. And I kept looking up at the camera because there was a different color. I was seeing a different color in the mirror than I was seeing on the recording. And the powder, the mascara are both from just the drugstore, so that would be Shoppers Drug Mart here in Canada. I don't know if that's a Shoppers Drug Mart signature collection. It was Essence. I have no idea. Or if it's a brand that's available in other stores outside of Canada. No clue. So here I went back into that green eyeshadow and just did a quick layer over the existing foundation, I guess you could say. And looking back on it now, I'm kind of wishing I had been smart enough to go then over everything with a layer of the blue as well. But I wasn't. I was unhappy with the use of the liquid liner, so I went back in with a black powdered eyeshadow, which is how I usually do my eyeliner. And apparently, according to the YouTube tutorial makeup artist, you're not supposed to drag your face down with your fingers like that. You're supposed to gently, use your pinky and apparently just kind of stare down and angle your eyes a different way to keep from getting all these smudges that you get from doing it the way that I do it. And of course, one more round of powder just to set everything. So I was trying to figure out the lipstick here because the box has a red with a black, but the makeup on the box is also, the foundation is completely green. So I went in with a green lipstick to start with to kind of give it a base coat, and that was a Party City lipstick. And then the red I am using is actually from Dollarama, but it is an amazing lipstick. I have one in red and one in purple. It's probably the best lipstick I have picked up in the last couple of years. Better than some of the big name ones that I have tried. So I was having issues with the black lipstick. It just wasn't going on. I had to go and reapply the lipstick a couple of times, and I eventually just gave up on the black lipstick. I gave up on the black lipstick. I ended up going in with a Wet n Wild black eyeshadow to give just that tinge of black that she has in the photo. And on to the costume. The necklace is one I've had for a couple of years, but I did get that at Spirit Halloween. The wig is a cheap $3 wig from the Dollarama. And you've seen me wearing this outfit before, not as a complete outfit, but the skirt was originally bought for a previous Lily Munster costume, and the white top, which you've seen me wear for the last few years in other videos, was originally designed for this. Thank you for watching. Until next time, Creeping Screams.
Trick or treat! Wait!
Hello, my spud guns. This is I, or Blood the Ghoul Next Door, and welcome to another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020. And today we're talking about the remake of the movie Child's Play. Okay, so we open up in a toy factory, and this one worker, this employee, he's getting berated by his boss, humiliated in front of all the other workers, and then fired. So, as an act of revenge, he takes all the safety off the doll. And when I say all the safeties, I mean he's a computer programmer programming the doll's intelligence. He turns all the safeties off, so the doll is capable of anything, basically. And then he promptly throws himself out a window and commits suicide. No one is aware that he has tampered with the doll. Then all of a sudden, like, when we skip forward to, I guess it's a few weeks, maybe even a month or two later, and we're introduced to Andy and his mom. And she works in a Walmart type of place. And one of the customers comes up to her with the malfunctioning doll, claiming he's unhappy with it. So instead of her returning sending the doll to the return cycle, or return bin, to be recycled, she decides to take it home. They've just moved into a new apartment, and apparently they've been moving around a lot, and Andy, her son, is having a hard time adjusting to this latest move. So she thought she'd bring it to him and cheer him up. Doesn't quite go over as well as she hopes. Now, the doll kind of works like a Google or something. It connects to the internet, and then it can control your smart house, your smartphone, smart car, etc., etc. They're trying to program the doll, it asks for a name, and Andy tries to name the doll, but the doll, for its own bizarre reason, in its malfunction, I suppose, he says, Chucky, that's a great name. And Andy's like, no, that's not what I said. But then it's too late, it's in his programming, and it keeps calling himself Chucky. We progress a little more time as we see Andy and taking the doll everywhere with him and kind of bonding with him. Now remember, this is a robotic doll, so it moves, it talks, it has catchphrases. There's a scene where we see like a TV commercial for it, and it's following him around, following the boy in the commercial around with a stack of books going, don't forget to take your books to school with you, don't forget your lunch, yada yada yada. So it's almost like it's more than a doll, it's almost like a mini maid, if that makes any sense. Remember, it can connect to all your devices in your house. So Andy's mom starts to date this new guy, and Andy doesn't like him. He's trying to assert his authority where it doesn't actually need to be. It doesn't belong. He doesn't really belong in their family unit, but he's kind of forcing his way in, and he doesn't do much. He just sits around the house drinking beer all day. Their neighbor is a cop who I believe lives with his mom. Now, as time progresses, the doll kind of monkey see, monkey do. That's how it learns, and that's how it interacts. It learns vocal cues and body language, and kind of to anticipate what might be needed. Andy then starts making friends with some of the neighborhood kids, and one day they're sitting there with the doll and they're watching horror films. They are watching, I believe it was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and the doll is kind of taking in, because it's got some sort of, well, obviously a computer chip and everything, but it can record everything, and it's taking in the information from one kid to another, seeing the TV, seeing the kids, and trying to assimilate what makes the kids happy. And it really notices that the kids are finding this old horror film hilarious. They're finding the situations to be over the top and funny. There's another scene then where Andy is playing with Chucky, and they have a cat, and the cat scratches Andy, and he gets upset. And he then sees Chucky trying to strangle the cat, which would come into a plot point later on when Chucky actually kills the cat, which is the first step, of course, to his murderous intentions. While all this is happening, the mother's boyfriend is causing a lot of strife in Andy's life. Chucky sees this and decides to follow the boyfriend home one night and kill him. Now we learn that not only is the boyfriend a no-good slacker, he's a lying, cheating bastard, because we find out he's got a wife and like 3 kids. So he's climbing up a ladder, taking off the Christmas lights, and he falls because Chucky followed him home. Chucky pulls the ladder out from under him, and he falls, and he lands horribly, and he gets killed. Chucky kills him with a snowblower. I think it's a snowblower. But Andy then wakes up the next morning to find Chucky has ripped the face off of the boyfriend and given it to him as a present. Andy and his friends to try to get rid of Chucky. Then they try to get rid of the evidence. The evidence accidentally ends up at the neighbor's apartment. This would be the cop. The cop's mom makes a comment to Andy that he's her new best friend. Chucky has been revitalized and saved by this janitor who lives in the building, who has a thing for Andy's mom. He's very creepy, very, very, very creepy, and he brings the doll back to life. And when he does this, he hooks him into the building's internet, and Chucky is able to witness the neighbor's mom telling Andy that he's her new best friend. Chucky's not having it. Chucky doesn't want anybody in Andy's life but Chucky. So Chucky then kills the creepy janitor, kills the cop's mom, kidnaps Andy's mom. And the big finale happens in the store where she works on the big launch of the latest Chucky doll, the version 2, which Chucky is able to manipulate all the dolls, and it gets really bizarre. All the kids in the neighborhood kind of band together and help him defeat Chucky and the other crazed dolls. Happiness, happiness, happiness for everybody who survives. So, my thoughts on this. Well, let's deal with the fact that we have, right off the bat, an intelligent-ish life form that controls your life. The fact that Chucky the doll can connect to your smartphone, your internet, your TV, your smart house, your smart car, etc., and control it all with the touch of a button. That in itself is scary. Just the fact that in a modern age, it's reflecting back to us what's going on. We should kind of take this a little bit more serious than maybe just a horror film. I don't know. Then you have the fact that Chucky himself is this narcissistic, demanding, greedy, needy, codependent character. He's abusive and manipulative in such a slow, methodical way that is scary. That is stalker if I've ever heard it. He wants nobody in Andy's life but him. He wants Andy to be completely dependent on him. And of course you have the abusive boyfriend. All these kind of things that just in real life are scary. You don't need to put them into the context of a horror film, but when you do, oh, wow. Oh. Whereas the first half kind of deals too with isolation, because Andy he's isolated himself off from other kids at the beginning of the movie because he doesn't feel worthy. So somewhere along the line, he must have been told he wasn't good enough or something, because he follows all of that traditional storyline that you get of the self-imposed loser, which of course he ends up being the hero at the end. But for the average viewer, and you're seeing the progression of Chucky's violent tendencies, first killing the animal, then killing the abusers, and then just killing for the sake of it. Okay, that obviously that is documented behavior of serial killers. Which brings me to the next point. Whereas in the original Child's Play from 32 years ago now? Oh wow, it's really that long? For over 30 years ago, the original Child's Play, we have the character of Charles, aka Chucky, the serial killer who puts his soul into the doll through a voodoo spell. We do not have that in here. We have a soulless animatronic. The question is, where did it pick the name Chucky? Is it supposed to be the name of the guy who killed himself at the beginning? Is it a code word that he was using when he turned off the like, was it the password? Was it a code or something? That's never really explained. It makes you think. Because the character Vandy does say a different name when he's trying to pick Chucky's name, and Chucky overrides him. It's never explained where he got the name Chucky. Where did it come from? He's soulless compared to the whole plot of the first one was that Charles put his soul into a doll to escape the cops. There's none of that in this. There's no soul. It's logic. Well, maybe that's where... Whereas we have desire through the soul, we have need and greed through the mind. For me personally, now I know most people, you'll see this, and with today's standards, there's a couple of gruesome spots. There's a scene with, like I said, a lawnmower snowblower, and then there's a scene with a table saw that are pretty gruesome, pretty gory. But for me, that wasn't what bothered me. What got me kind of cringing was the car accident scene and the scene where the boyfriend, he gets killed, but he climbs up a ladder and Chucky pulls the ladder out from under him, and it's the way he lands, and it's very realistic. He falls like 25 feet and shatters both his legs, and for me, as someone who's been in a car accident, a horrible car accident, and who's had multiple broken body parts, those two scenes were the most traumatic. I had to stop. I literally, after the broken body parts, I had to stop the movie for like 20 minutes and go calm down because I was having PTSD. Okay, so for me, it was absolutely terrifying. For anybody else out there, you'll probably just brush over that like it's nothing. But I gotta say, to the special effects artists, good on ya, because that was probably one of the most realistic looking. So to the special effects artists out there, amazing. Yeah, there are some plot holes, there are some unanswered questions. Is this a good movie? Yes. Is this a really great movie? Hard to say. That depends on your personal taste. I think it was smartly done for a modern age. It's like if you're going to update such a classic horror film, it was done wisely. It was done with it's really is like comparing apples and oranges. There's the main plot is still there, but the progression has little to do with the original. The choice of Mark Hamill as the voice of Chucky was good. I don't think that anyone other than Mark Hamill could have stepped into Brad Dourif's I was going to say shoes, but they're not really his shoes, are they? They're his vocal ranges. Okay, I'm going to end that here. This has been quite long. So, I will see you in the next video, and until next time, I'm Art of Blood, the ghoul next door. Creeping screams! Trick or treat! Hello, my spy guns. It's I, or the blood, the ghoul next door, and this would be another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020, and I guess I'm talking about the Craft Legacy. Alright, so this movie literally came out on demand about 15 hours ago, and I sat down and I watched it. Okay, let's get to the plot. The plot is loosely follows the original. So for the first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it is pretty much the entire original movie kind of covered. You've got the character of, in the original it was Sarah, in this one it is Lilith, or Lily. Then you have the 3 coven members that she becomes friends with. In the original it was Bonnie, Nancy, and Rochelle. In this one it is Lou, Frankie, and Tabby. Then you had the guy that they're kind of involved with, the group is involved with in the original, and Chris was the character's name. In this one, his name was Timothy. Alright, so the basis of the story for the first hour, or for the first, I should say, 30 to 45 minutes of the Craft Legacy, you have Lily, who moves with her mom to a new city. Her mom just started dating this new guy, and they're moving in with him and his 3 sons. The other girls are already a coven. They're looking for their 4th member. Lily shows up at school. She has an embarrassing accident. They take pity on her, and they realize that she is the person that they've been doing spells for to bring forth. No pun intended. To bring forth their 4th. No pun intended. She doesn't really believe them, and follows suit with the original. And they kind of have to win her trust. In the original movie, at this point in the plot, the girls take Sarah to an occult store. That never happens in here. Lily just kind of goes along with things. Then they do a spell. In the original one, it was to get revenge on everybody who had been ruining their lives. In this one, sort of the same, but not really. The character of Timothy is kind of this alpha male, and they do a spell to bring out his inner feminine side and make him a little more nice. Just to make him nicer. And he kind of, for a little while, becomes part of their group. Not necessarily their coven per se, but part of their group. And then in the original movie, things backfire and a few people get killed. In this one, Timothy is supposedly commits suicide. And so the girls decide to bind their own magic. Whereas in the original, only 1 member gets bound. Okay, so in this one, so in Legacy, they decide to bind their own magic. Meanwhile, Lily doesn't trust Adam, who is her soon-to-be stepfather. She finds him to be oddly creepy in a very authoritative way. She warns her mom they need to leave. Her mom, of course, doesn't listen to her. She thinks she's just stressed from the move. But at one point, Lily, can't sleep, so she goes downstairs and she sees Adam and his group of men their social healing group, or I'm not sure if they gave it a name or what, but it was very coven-like. It was very coven-like in the way they were performing this one ritual of honesty, this ritual of emotions, of honesty. So, Lily then the movie really goes off course and kind of has nothing anymore to do with the original. The girls don't really believe that Timothy committed suicide, and he contacts them with a Ouija board and says that he was murdered. For them to kind of like, get him justice, so to speak. Then we learn that Adam is, I'm shaking my head and rolling my eyes at this, that Adam is a warlock out for their magic. So the movie chugs along really beautifully until literally the last 10 minutes, and there's this very cheesy, bad boss battle between the four girls and Adam, and it's terrible. And then, spoiler alert, we learned that Lily was adopted, and this is how we're connected to the original movie, hence the legacy, that her mom was one of the original characters. Okay, so I have to say, as someone who was very influenced by the original movie 25 years ago, like I was already in my 20s when it came out, so it didn't influence me on certain levels, but it influenced me in fashion and that kind of thing. It's one of my ultimate favorite movies. So I heard 5 years ago, I heard in late 2015 that this movie was given the green light and was going into production after years of false promises, and is there going to be, is there not going to be? So I have been waiting for this particular movie for 5 years. Now, oh, I got lipstick all over it. What do I think of this? The first movie, the original Craft, dealt with alienation and bullying and abuse and addiction and greed and vanity. All the original characters in the original movie they were very fleshed out characters. They all had their own storyline. They all had their reason for doing what they did. They all had their reason for coming together. Legacy is very one-dimensional. The characters, there's no motivation behind them. There's the one scene, and it's in the first, I think, 10 minutes. The girls, all four girls, go to the woods and they have their little ritual, and it's just kind of thrown out there that the character of Lou is a trans woman. It's never mentioned again. You would think that maybe that would be a really great jumping off point to flesh out her character a little bit and kind of give her a backstory and give her something interesting to do, but no. It's just a one line that's never brought up again. It's never touched on. It's never you know, it's just thrown out there for the sake of throwing it out there. One of the characters, one of the male characters ends up being bisexual, and that's probably the most in-depth you get of any of the characters, is him admitting this to the rest of the group. And it's never, they could have gone so far, they could have done almost anything with the backstory to that, or kind of his struggle. There's nothing. It's just kind of like, oh, boo-hoo for 2 seconds, and that's it. There's nothing, there's no substance. He's not really given any substance. We're supposed to care about him, but we aren't given a reason to care about him. It was just so flat. So you have this kind of surface noise. I'm really struggling to find any point to some of the reasons some of the characters were there. The original movie was about the collective. Each character had a personality. Excuse me, they had a personality, they had a backstory, they had a reason for doing what they did. They had struggles. The characters in this are just loud and abrasive and flying by the seat of their pants. It's just, it's a letdown in that regard. And as I said, it was chugging along nicely. It had a nice pace. The story was okay. That the first 30 minutes, 45 minutes was great. But that was because I think they kept so close to the original story. Then you hit into the suspicion of Adam, and you're not even given any real backstory on Adam. It would have been nice to understand why he did what he did and why he kind of became who he became, but we're never given any of that. He's just, 1 minute everything's fine with him, the next minute he's a reject from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Which brings me to my next point. The last 10 minutes, they literally ripped off the first pilot episode of the original Charmed. Okay, so there's a whole twist going on, or I should say not a twist. There's a circle here. The original Craft came out in 1996. The original Charmed came out in 1998. The producers and director and everything, the writers, complained that the original Charmed ripped them off. Okay, now, we have the same writers and producers from the original Craft on Legacy. Directors, writers, producers, they're all the same, so it's a lot of threads from the original. As I said, the original Charmed, the pilot episode, the three sisters learn that they're witches, and they find out that one of their boyfriends is secretly killing other witches to get their powers. And he's a warlock, and this is how the entire original Charmed starts. You literally have that plot line thrown at you in the last 5-10 minutes of this Craft Legacy that does not fit the rest of the story. It doesn't fit the feel of the story. It doesn't fit the texture of the story. The fact that they went from being rooted in reality to this over-the-top, fantastical otherworldly, in a bad way, fantasy film, bad graphics plot for like literally the end, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit, and it insults the audience. I get that they figure the people coming to see this are people who grew up on CW shows like Buffy and Charmed and all that, where those kind of plot twists and special effects are commonplace. Fine. If they wanted to go that route, they should have done that through the whole movie instead of having this really serious story and then suddenly going in this direction out of nowhere with no setup. And it feels like two different movies are happening. It feels like you've just stepped out of this really great drama into this after school special. It just doesn't fit. There's such a disconnect. And then it changes tone again super quick. Shouldn't have done that. Then it changes tone super quick again, and we're brought right back to the seriousness of the story and the more realisticness of the story, and it connects to the original movie, bringing in the one character from the original movie for literally the last 5 seconds. 2 seconds of airtime. The camera shows the character, and that's it. You go to credits. So, is there a moral to this movie? Yes and no. It's really none of the plot points from the original movie, as far as the abuse or the addictions or the vanity or the meat of the story, none of that is brought over into Legacy. Legacy is very, everything's fine, everyone's fine, let's all be friends. It's way to that. There's a moment or two where it feels like it's going to go into some really dark territory, but it just doesn't. It falls back on one theme, and that seems to be the men in the story feeling like they have no voice, that they have no power, that they are trying to steal the spotlight. But it's done very poorly. Will this be a classic? I don't think so. Will this end up being a cult favorite for some? Maybe. As far as the witchcraft goes, the original set the bar. So this had a lot to live up to as far as the rules of magic, the religion itself, spirituality. And it did a fairly good job of doing that. It went for a very diverse look to it, so see, this is why I struggled for a couple hours on whether or not I was actually going to go ahead and do this review and talk about this. And I'm still struggling as I'm sitting here talking about it. So, I think I'm just going to say, if you have seen the first one, then see this one for the nostalgia of it and just for the fact that it is part of the series. If you haven't seen the first one, see the first one, and then make up your mind if you want to see I don't know. I long since stopped saying a movie is really super great, take my word for it. Now it's like, okay, well, this is what I think, and this is what I think. I would say, though, don't rent it right away. Wait till the price comes down. I'll tell you that much. Wait till the price comes down. Okay, so that's me blabbing about this. Until next time, creeping screams. Trick or treat! Wait! Hello, Miss Buggins. This is Zaya with Blood the Ghoul Next Door, and welcome to another episode of 13 Days of Halloween 2020. And this would be, I guess you could say, this is definitely a last minute video. The video I was trying to get done for today had some issues, so I'm not finished recording it, let alone editing it, and I will get it done and have it up for you guys in a couple days as a bonus episode. In the meantime, I thought I would give a quick review of the episode Terror from the TV show Bottom, 1995. It was episode 2, season 3, and it's a Halloween episode, so that's why I picked this one. Alright, so our main characters, Eddie and Richie, they decide it's Halloween night and they decide that they want to throw a party. Only they don't have any money they don't have any beer money or anything. So they get it in their heads to dress up for Halloween and go trick-or-treating. Eddie dresses up as a banana, and Richie ends up dressing up as the devil. Now, for some crazy reason, they decide to take a cattle prod with them to scare people into giving them money. And every time Richie turns on the cattle prod, it electrocutes him, and he poops himself. So there's this gag that he has to keep going home and changing his clothes. They get mugged by 3 little kids who ironically are dressed up as little devils. And they are trick-or-treating in a really seedy part of the neighborhood, and they end up at the door of their friend Spudgun. That's where you see where I get it from. They end up at Spudgun's house trick-or-treating, and when they demand money, he says he doesn't have any, and they're like, well, how are we ever going to get the money for this party? And he's like, oh, you're having a party? Can I come? And so he kind of invites himself, which is, fine. And they go back, Eddie and Richie go back to their apartment to get ready for the party, where Eddie is making a home brew in the tub, and the tub is just black. It is just so gross. And he kind of makes a comment about how it keeps eating the enamel off the tub. Meanwhile, Richie is making party food left over from stuff he's found in their refrigerator, one of which is Brussels sprouts that he comments has been there since last Christmas. Which he adds a lot of heavy spices to, like full jars of spices and gunpowder. Yeah, gunpowder. They then, Eddie talks about how he could not find any pumpkins because they were going to do a jack-o'-lantern, but what he did find was a barrel of carrots, and he kind of cuts out the carrots and he puts gunpowder into the carrots and lights them on fire, and you have some explosions. And this has one of my absolute favorite lines in the entire series. Do you have any more exploding carrots? So they're getting ready for the party, and Richie decides to try some of his sprouts, and he ends up with food poisoning, and he passes out for a while, and when he wakes up, he's able to light things on fire with his butt. And that becomes a gag later on in the episode. So it's party time, and the only people who show up, of course, are Spud Gun and their buddy Dave Hedgehog. So Richie gets the idea in his head that because no women showed up, he's all defeated, and he says he'd have to basically sell his soul to get laid. And then they decide they're going to raise the dead. Or raise the devil, I'm sorry. That they're going to raise the devil. So they're performing this ritual to raise the devil where they all take part in the sprouts of evil. And of course they all end up with food poisoning, and they all pass out, and when they wake up, they're all farting fire. And then there's a knock at the door at midnight, at exactly midnight, and they think that they have succeeded in raising the devil, but it ends up just being Dave Hedgehog's daughter come to take him home, because she says that her mother does not like him hanging out with his friends after midnight. But the group are unaware, because she's wearing a little devil mask in her Halloween costume. The group are unaware that this is his daughter, and they think they have succeeded in raising the devil, and they proceed to ask for their wishes to be fulfilled. And Eddie goes to offer the devil a cup of blood, so he slices his wrist, and then of course she reveals that she's just their friend's daughter, and Eddie passes out from blood loss. Spud Gun farts and accidentally sets all the bucket of exploding carrots on fire, and there's fireworks, and that is where the episode ends. It's a short, it's a sitcom, it's a short episode. I have to say, I love this episode. It is my favorite episode of the series, and it is one of my absolute favorite Halloween episodes of any TV show. I'm usually not one who likes raunchy movies or shows or anything, but the humor in this, it just hits it doesn't quite cross the line. It just kind of hovers at the line of what's acceptable and what's gross. And if you've never seen the show Bottom, it is known for its slapstick, kind of Three Stooges-esque physicality and bathroom humor. It's, like I said, 1995, this particular episode, episode 2, season 3, BBC's Bottom. Check it out. Alright, with that, I guess I will see you tomorrow for the last couple of videos in my 13 Days of Halloween. Until next time, creeping screams! Trick or treat! As the candle burns.
Mina, I want to talk to you about this. It's an empty bowl. Exactly. This morning, this bowl was full. And I know because I filled it myself. What are you implying? That you ate it all. Obviously somebody ate it. Well, what are you going to do about it? Me? Why me? Because you were the only one here all day. So just admit it. All right. I'll admit it. I ate it. And I'll do it again. It's not like you aren't hiding anything from me. What are you talking about?
We'll be right back after these messages. Don't know what to get your little monsters this morning for breakfast? Get them Creepios and let them start their day the creepy way, now with real slime and a good source of stuff. Feeling like a piece of bacon every time you go into the sun? Well, you don't have to worry anymore about keeping that pale parlor. You just need Demon Child Sunscreen with SPF 666 for when it's hotter than hell in the shade. Extra guests suddenly show up for dinner and you're not prepared? Fear no more, just open a can of groovy ghoul garlic soup. It's soup. It'll stretch. It'll help make any dinner party that much cooler. Best of all, there's so much raw garlic taste, you'll be able to weed out any vampire who snuck in uninvited. Groovy Ghoul Garlic Soup. It's soup. It'll stretch. We now return to As the Candle Burns.
I mean this. Where did you find that? In your hallway closet. Were you planning a party and you didn't tell me? Who did you invite? No one. Because we are still under a quarantine and I had to cancel my party. So I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to talk about it. Tell me. I deserve to know. Who were you planning to invite? Was it Dracula? Huh? Was it? Yes. Yes, it was. So, are you happy about that? Huh? Does it make you happy? No.
We'll be right back after these messages. Finding it hard to get your little zombies up and at 'em in the morning? Well, give 'em a bowl of Creepios, now with real slime and a good source of stuff. We now return to As the Candle Burns.
He got back to town, and when he called me on that Ouija board, I could not say no to him. He is so compelling. I'm in his thrall. So you don't know? The quarantine's been lifted. You can go ahead and plan your party. Well, I just might do that. And in fact, I think I will go and get my costume ready because I'm going as Trixie Mattel. What? No! I'm going as Trixie Mattel. And besides, you look horrible in pink.
We'll be right back after these messages. Finding it hard to get your little zombies up and at 'em in the morning? Well, give 'em a bowl of Creepios, now with real slime and a good source of stuff. We now return to As the Candle Burns.
And what about Frankenstein? Well, what about him? Won't he be a little upset when he finds out about you and Dracula? That you've been monster mashing with somebody else? Well, you're one to talk. I mean,
going behind the back of Dr. Jekyll with Mr. Hyde?
Oh my god, how do you know about this?
Renfield. Renfield, he saw you 2 nights ago, and when he told Dracula, Dracula told me. That's why he called me on the Ouija board. I mean, how could you? How could you? Baying at the moon at your age? Finding it hard to get your little zombies up and at 'em in the morning? Well, give 'em a bowl of creepy O's. Now with real slime and a good source of stuff.
We now return to As the Candle Burns.
Jack and the Beanstalk and Jack and the Giant Killer. Oh, I didn't realize there were 2 different stories. Good to know. Both British. The Old Woman and the Tramp were Neil Brock from Sweden. Oh, that sounds bizarre and interesting. Okay, page 84. Oh. Hello? Oh. Did she? When did you see her? Oh, that's not good. Well, thank you for telling me. I will deal with that right away. Thank you, Igor. Bye. Damn, what has that girl gotten herself into now? Don't know what to get your little monsters this morning for breakfast? Get them Creepios and let them start their day the creepy way. Now with real slime and a good source of stuff.
We now return to As the Candle Burns.
Halloween on a Saturday with a full moon, a blue moon. We're stuck inside. I mean, I guess I could put the party back on, but not many people are gonna want to come. It's just been such a depressing year. 2020 was supposed to be so glorious. And it's left us all living in a tomb. Well, very well-stocked tomb, but tomb nonetheless. I can't believe that Frankenstein took her side. I really didn't think she was going to tell him about Dracula, at least not in the cold way she did. I mean, how hypocritical. She was dating both Hyde and Jekyll. Nobody said anything about that. Just because they live in one body doesn't mean that, it's not 2 different people. Whoa, there's a medical condition. Well, maybe I just won't stay into it. Maybe I will just grab my mask and my other mask and go join Dracula at the grave site tonight. There's not even any kids out. It's so sad. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go surprise Dracula at the cemetery. Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Thank you for calling the Underworld. Currently, all representatives are busy. If you would like a demon at the upper level to get back to you, please circle one now. If you would like a demon on the second level to get back to you, please stay on the line. Thank you for holding. We appreciate you contacting the Underworld. Please continue to hold.
Hello, Miss Big Guns. This is I, Earthblood, the ghoul next door, and Ghoul Moan-Ing. So this would be episode 4 of my morning edition, and this is what was supposed to be day 12 of my 13 Days of Halloween. And as I stated, I just did not get it finished in time. But I did promise that I would make this a bonus episode, so it's been a week. I'm sorry it's taken so long. I hurt my ribs and it's been really slow going, doing anything. So, I don't have a ton of headlines, and I gotta say, because I'm not affiliated with anybody, I don't have a broadcasting license, so I can't actually talk about important things. And also, this was a Halloween slanted episode, so the only real headlines I guess I have, other than we are these many days until Halloween. Oh my god, I lost count. That's really bad. The city where I am, Thunder Bay, did not receive any Munster cereals this year. Oh. But from what I understand, half of Canada did not. It had to do with products coming and going over the Canadian-American border. A few places like Toronto and Winnipeg received their Count Chocula this year, but places like Thunder Bay, we just did not come to us. There's always next year. I do have for you, moving right along, a crafting do-it-yourself segment, which normally I don't have, so I will roll that clip for myself.
So this was a do-it-yourself crafting segment that was inspired by two things. Partially inspired by those Halloween villages you see at like Michael's and that. Those, as much as I love them, they are absolutely fabulous. They are so out of my price range. I do not understand how people can afford hobbies like that. It just... And the other thing that it is inspired by is the opening scene in Beetlejuice, where we scan across what we think is the town, and it ends up being the model that the character of Adam is creating, and then of course the model pops up throughout the film as a plot point, because that's where Beetlejuice is hiding. So I thought, okay, I am going to try to make a centerpiece with this in mind. So I started with a little crafting house, bird house that I found at the Dollarama for a couple of bucks. And it's completely bare. I wanted it to look a little weathered and kind of remind you a bit of the Addams Family house. Well, that didn't quite happen. I picked a white, a black, a rusted orange, and a red color. And I used the orange on the roof. I was trying to give it kind of a wood panel look. I eventually put some gray into the whole thing to kind of give it that weathered down look. So I decided I wanted a tree and a bush. So I picked up some moss and some pipe cleaners, also from the Dollarama here. So it didn't cost me much more than a couple of bucks. And I twisted some of the black pipe cleaners together and used some hot glue to glue some of the moss on, to give it a little bit of a bare tree feel. And I also kind of clumped up some of the moss, trying to build up a bit of a hedge. That didn't quite work. It just did not want to stick together. It kept falling apart. And I had this little piece of AstroTurf that I also found at the Dollarama in the lawn and gardening department. So I took those and I hot glued them down to some cardboard. And I found in the decorating, not really the crafting as much as the home decor section, once again, Dollarama, some pumpkins and pine cones and leaves, and I glued those on as well to kind of give a feel that there's a neighborhood. There was supposed to be a little tombstone and graveyard, but I just could not seem to get that to work right. So here we have my little model Oh, it is not finished, but I wanted to show something for this production. And it's not finished partially because they've already started to put the Christmas stuff out, and anything related to fall or Halloween is like, you gotta wait now to next year for it. But you see here I have a couple of knickknacks, the plastic coffin and the skull, again from the Dollarama, as are the photos, the prints behind. I wanted something just to give it a background, and those were just from the Dollarama in a collection of scenery pieces and just from a set of scenery pieces and wall decors. And here's a little jack-o'-lantern that Lumina Shade did for the season. Well, I think this was a partial win, so I'm going to chalk this up as a win.
Wasn't that what it was? I want to say fabulous, but I know it was not. Okay, moving right along, speeding, just speeding along here because I'm in pain and sitting here hurts. I have for you a fashion, quote unquote, trend clip. Again, it is Halloween touched. I don't really want to say Halloween themed, but Halloween slanted. So again, I will look at the wall and tell myself to roll that clip. Hello, wall.
One thing I have noticed over the years is the increase of Halloween themed shirts. With everything from kitschy little designs and catchphrases to full-on characters and movie references. And you can find them not just at the Halloween stores such as Spirit of Halloween, but dollar stores, Party City, and even Michael's.
And we're back, and we are moving steadily and steadily. I've got one more clip for you guys. This would be my food trend segment. And yes, I actually have a food trend for you if you want to call it a food trend. It's a kitchen trend. A little less food, a little more kitchen. And again, slightly Halloween themed for you. So let's check that wall one more time and ask it again to roll the clip. Hello, wall. Again. You need a paint job, wall.
So one of the things I keep seeing as a trend are these themed holiday coffee bars. Now, I'm like, okay, let's give this a try. I'm saying full off right off the bat that this was done just for this little video, and I put everything right back the way it normally is, which is not like this. Normally I just have my kettle and my coffee maker sitting there with my little mug or my mug tree or whatever it's called. So I started off with a clean counter, and as you can see, I don't have a ton of space. That is maybe a 1.5 feet, if that. There's very little space. I really don't know how people do this and have them up 24/7. No real theme. I've seen these with themes, and I just kind of put the palmistry picture that I got at the Dollarama just kind of in the background to separate the space a little bit. And you can see here I have my flavored coffees from Deli Grounds Canada, and a little doily, a paper doily that I got at Dollarama, and 2 of my, I guess, spooky themed Halloweenish mugs. The Beetlejuice was from Spirit Halloween for the 2020 line. Finally, we got some Beetlejuice stuff, but I'm sure you've been seeing these all over YouTube and all the usual Halloween suspects doing their Halloween hauls. Almost everybody got a Beetlejuice mug and paraphernalia this year. And then, of course, Nightmare Before Christmas mug there, which I picked up at, I believe it was Spencer's Gifts. Because I bought a couple of mugs this year from Spirit Halloween and a couple from Spencer's Gifts, and honestly it's been like 3 or 4 months, so I don't remember where everything was from. So as you can tell, so far no theme. The little spider web dish there, I got that a couple of years ago at the Dollarama, and I don't know if you can quite see it in the angle I have here, but the little box is a little treat box, like you're supposed to use it for trick-or-treating, and it's got orange bats all over it. And then I have my coffee filters and some coffee sticks and some patterned Halloween napkins. And as I was doing this, I was trying to figure out, like, most people, okay, they don't have both a huge coffee maker and a tea kettle. They usually have those one-pot coffee maker things. I don't, okay? I moved the napkins into the dish with the with some Halloween cookies that I picked up, and I picked up these specifically for this video because they were individually wrapped, but they were a little Debbie snap cake type thing, molasses, and it was a molasses and caramel cookie shaped like pumpkins, and you can kind of see there is no room. I do not have any sugar out here. I do not have any sweeteners out here. I don't have any tea out here because there's no more room. I do not understand how people, and this is not practical. This was so not practical. I was knocking into things, and I only had this up for about 15-20 minutes once I got it all set up. It's not practical. I don't understand how people have these coffee bars all year round or all season round, unless they have really huge houses where they've got the space for it. It's a great idea. It's a cute little trend. I love the idea of having these themed every so often, but for practicality, I don't get it. I just don't understand how you're knocking things over trying to reach for things. Anyway, that's my thoughts on this. I consider this, I guess, a win. This was a win.
Alright, so we're winding down and we have come to entertainment news. And I gotta say, really the only thing I can give you at this moment, the time of this posting, because, you know, Halloween's over and pretty much everything I had to talk about is beyond irrelevant now. So, at the time of this posting, we are a couple of weeks away from the final season of Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. I believe I saw December 31st. I could be wrong. I know sometimes Canada and the US get different release dates, but I'm pretty sure Netflix Canada had it for the 31st of December 2020, and it is called Part 4 in some places and Season 4 in other places, but it is in fact the final chapter of the show. It'll be interesting to see if they just wrap up old storylines or if they present us with a whole new chapter, segment of thrills and chills and who knows what. Also, at the time of this posting, we are only 2 episodes away. 2 episodes away from the finale, the series finale of Supernatural. 15 years, about to wrap up. I don't want it to end. I don't know about you, but I do not want Supernatural to end. I have been staying away from trailers. I have been staying away from any kind of spoilers, any predictions. I just want to watch the episodes as they occur and be shocked and awed and cry and yell at the TV, no, don't end. That leads me to say that I am looking forward to the reboot of Walker, Texas Ranger. I think it's just being called Walker. And of course, you know that if you follow Supernatural, if you're a fan of Supernatural, or if you follow any of that kind of stuff, you know that the actor who plays Sam will be playing the lead role of Walker, Texas Ranger. So it'll be interesting. I think it might even be taking the Supernatural time slot. Don't quote me on that, but I think it might be. Other than that, I don't really think I have too much else to tell you. I just kind of wanted to come in here and get something finished for you guys and get it completed, simply because, as I said, this was supposed to be day 12. This was originally meant to be day 12 of my 13 days, and that week got screwed up. I just did not get it finished on time. But when I did pull episode 12 out of thin air, I promised I would get this one done and to you guys as a bonus episode, so it's here. Until next time, creeping screams!